Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to Dune Awakening. A bit later than I wanted to start it, if I'm honest, but you know, as things go. Like, I spent this afternoon trying to actually troubleshoot a number of issues, and I think I might have finally resolved a couple of issues that I was experiencing for the stream. So it's time not wasted, certainly time that will help future streams, but yeah, running this stream was going to be a bit later than I initially had planned, but that's fine if that means we're better off in the long run. So we left off yesterday and we are essentially now going to be going back into the deep desert, and last night obviously didn't stream this part, but we effectively took down the deep desert base for the Coriolis storm that wiped us last week. This time I brought everything, took everything down. I actually did it early hours of this morning, actually, after I had finished doing some Eve gameplay, which didn't finish until about 3:30ish in the morning, and then by the time I took down the deep desert base, etc, let's just say I didn't go to bed again until about 6 o'clock this morning, so another late night for me. But I obviously was going to take the base down before I went to bed, so that I didn't like oversleep and whatever, and obviously forget to take the base down. So it has been taken down. It is back in Hacker Basin where we are right this very second, and now we're going to go off to the deep desert. We're going to put that base back up, and we'll take it from there, I guess. So just thinking, I feel like I'm going to forget something, but we're going to roll what we've got so far. I'm bound to have forgot something. I do know I need to do 2 runs, so we will be back here anyway. Just trying to remember whether there was something I was actually meant to do before I left, but I don't think there is. So we'll just go with what we've got, I think. Let's just make sure we actually do have stuff in here. Oh, that's probably why I'm thinking I feel like I'm missing something. It's because we literally don't have any of the base stuff in the helicopter. This is why I've got a habit of checking myself now. So we'll just pack the helicopter. As you can tell, I literally have just jumped in the game. I've not done anything since I packed this ready last night. Well, literally unpacked, I guess. Packed, unpacked, moved the base, or took down the deep desert base. So I've got a copy of the outpost that we will start off from. I'm hoping by the next day or two we should have the main base back up. But we'll see. Or at least have the capability to put it up if you want to put it up. Probably might not put it up this week. Just depends how things roll, I guess. But this is where I put all of our stuff. That's from the Deep Desert. So the sort of stuff that will allow us to make our base again. I'm not going to take any of the metals out because, yeah, all the raw metal and that's not needed, obviously, to build the base. I'll take all of things like our spice melange and all of the other stuff. Do you need copper or not, but probably best take it. I'm not sure if we've got any components still that use copper. We'll need them. So you've got 500 there. Oh, we'll take that out as well. Doesn't harm. Anything else we need? Oh yes, we'll need. Let's take the largest stack out. I don't think we need them all right this very second, but we'll pick up the rest on the second run. I feel like we've got. I think there's. We may just stack. We'll make sure these are all fully stacked. I didn't stack it all. Like there might be duplicate stacks of different amounts. So if we've got anything else that we've really got here, I can just add to that stack if there's space. 500 is max stack for any of these items. Some of them obviously less. As you can see, we've already got 348 melange, so we're actually way further. We've got more melange than I thought we had, but that's fine. We've got them. So we haven't got enough obviously to still build that large spice refinery, but we've got plenty now to build the large metal thing, and that's the first thing I really want to put down when we go back. Backpack, we'll take these items. We're not gonna do this straight away, but it's still useful to have. I should see what we need to repair this and make sure we take the materials out to repair that, so that we're not having to come back to repair it. Stock myself up with the rest of the stuff, I guess. Come back for all those things because they are super heavy. Just check to see what materials we require to repair this. Carbon paste silicon, delirium ingot, and spice infused delirium. So we best take spice infused delirium with us, or at least have it ready to take with us. So don't have any there. This jug here should have some in there. He says. Okay, maybe it's not in there. It's in one of these boxes somewhere. Maybe this one? All the other spice metals in that one. It's typical, the one I want's not. want. It's what I want. Yep, that fits. Good. You never know, we might need these. If I've got room, why not? I'm doing what I normally do. I end up like taking tons of stuff out. And I just go, oh well, it might be useful when I go out there. I'm not saying we come back. And I end up with like tons because I do it like a few, well, more than a few times during the week. And then I'm cursed myself at the end of the week when I've got to bring it all back. So I've heard the next big patch is coming out very soon. Not gonna lie, I was hoping that it wasn't this week. Mainly because there's a couple of things I want to do and take advantage of before they bring in that patch. Which I won't mention what they are, but yeah, there's a couple of little things I want to do before they bring in that patch. So I don't think they've put in. I should check when I actually logged in, but I didn't. But I'm pretty sure they haven't changed it. Yeah, it's still on a test patch. It's still only on a test server at the moment, so. Probably be next Tuesday, because they said like mid-November, which, yeah, we're on the 11th now, and mid's about 15th, so that could have been this week, but it'll probably be next week now. Unless they need to push back. Do you know what I haven't done? I haven't hit that timer. Yes, we've got the timer, guys. I've got the timer working. Worked out how to use the timer that I actually found the other day. Still not very intuitive in my opinion, but here we are, home sweet home. Well, that's what I call home sweet home anyway. Feels like home to me. This little area is mine, all mine. Timer is going. We are back. I won't add on the time that the little journey in the speech before. The average player's not going to be doing that. So, first things first. Have I got a scrap on me? I don't have any scrap on me. That's typical. wish there's an easier button you could just like press and it instantly just bring it up instead of pissing around. They're large stacks, I'm not going to be able to get them. Like, what's my heaviest item? 5 are they? 75. Ridiculously heavy. I don't have anything that's like anywhere near that. Oh, is that not? Almost stacked here. I'll give it some space. Oh. Yeah, that. I need to put like something that allows another space on the ornithopter to open up, because without it I can't split a stack. You need like somewhere for the other stack to go. This is a disadvantage of like stacking your ornithopter to the brim and yourself to the brim. When you're trying to move stuff between the two, it's near impossible. Unless you drop stuff. Yeah, you could do that, but then you have to pick it back up and then, yeah. Remember to pick it up as well without leaving it there and it despawns. There we go. Aluminium and silicon. Completely guessing what I need because I didn't really properly take a notice of what I was supposed to take. Seven. It would be 7, wouldn't it? Max space. Enough. Please say that's enough. Not enough. What did I get wrong? The silicon blocks you need 4, aluminium 24. Off cheat. 14, how heavy is that? 9. I should have built the buggy. If I built the buggy, I didn't think. I should have built the buggy. Note to self, you have the buggy on you. Next time, build it. Doesn't matter now, you just put everything in this. Apart from the buggy. The buggy will actually build now. Which I should have done to start with, but I just wasn't thinking, to be fair. Yes, you have something that you can literally drop and build. have some of the components in here though. Oh, water. The usual. He forgets to drink. Like when I hear that heartbeat thing, my guy's in trouble. And that's usually because I've forgotten to drink. What are they doing here? I hate the way they've changed that. It's like you're supposed to just look at it. No, it takes me a while to realise, oh yeah, I've got the things to not help. Fuel. Fill the rest of this. Change its nice camo to my harcooning colours. Get this blueprint down. Got it. I know I picked it up, but I put it in the helicopter. Let change that as well, because I keep going to press a different button for it and it's not there. Get this down. Tricky. That rock's moved away. That's good. That's a bit. We need to build like loads of generators. So I'm thinking actually I might need to raise it. Just so that we can have this. I might actually this week I might actually do it so that the rock isn't like, because normally I can, this is fine for me and I can just build a little bit here and we've got the extra space, but I'm thinking this time just to actually raise it all so that this rock isn't in the way, and then it can just be flat and we can put all the generators in a flat line. That might make more sense. And then I'll just move this ramp. That's the only thing, the ramp. and that rock's in the way. I suppose we could reverse the ramp the other way around. That rock, if we could only get rid of that rock. It's kind of like one of the reasons why I can't move this. I suppose I can move the land claim unit further back. Because at the moment, if I placed it down, the land claim, there isn't quite enough space this side to fully build. And there isn't the other side. However, if I was to move it back, then it would fit potentially another block in. And if I am to raise it, I'm probably going to need to put another ramp piece in. So let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can raise it. Cancel. And this time we'll actually, let's move the land claim, because I'm going to build this exactly work on land claim. Probably just going to need to move it back. Maybe let's just place it. Actually, no, we are going to move. We will move this. Because I'm thinking that we can just move the thing, but we can't because we need the rock a bit in the way. So we need to move this back. So let's demolish this. This is taking a little bit more time than it normally would, but it'll save us. If I can get it right, it'll save us some time. Normally place it here. I'm placing it here. That should give us the extra room to move this over this way a bit. Avoid that rock and raise it and have enough room to build another block. If I keep it as tight as possible to that wall, it should. This might work. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but it might work. If it works, if it works the way it does in my head, this should allow us to place it down and have enough space to extend the ramp a bit. Where's that one corner not one point game? See why that's not working. Because these little sticky out parts, which are on both sides. Okay. When I'm placing it, I can't see the whole thing. You're kind of taking a bit of an educated guess as to why it's not, why it won't go in. Now I understand. It's got that bigger lip than I thought it did. That just comes out of the whole thing. Bit buggy. Couldn't let me do anything. Actually, I pressed the confirm button by mistake then. I'm glad it didn't actually accept it. Which it won't do when normally something's outside the box, but you never know. Sod's law that it would. It looks green. Everything looks green. Oh no, definitely looks green. Feel all we've done effectively when we moved that land claim unit is we've just moved the goalposts. The thing is, the whole base moves over this way, it's cutting into the available space that'd be available for machinery. be moaning. This is like machinery being blocked. To build that, I'd have to build it this high. If I build it that high, it's not gonna work. We're just gonna have to leave it where it is. We have to put the it's just being moved over far too much by trying to move the land claim unit. It's not really helping the issue. The problem, it's making it worse rather than solving a problem. So we'll just leave it where it is. I raise it, but we'll just have to keep it like we did last week. We'll just have to adjust things a bit so things fit. Really try raising it. I just try moving it up and down. Gracious sakes. Oh yeah. Typical. This is why you just build back on the same spot that you originally built it. As soon as you start trying to move it, you spend more time trying to reposition it and find a new way for it to work. But it just generally won't. All of a sudden it's like it not want to fit and I want to put it back in the right place. It's like permanently red over there. Must be because it turned or something. Doesn't make any sense as to why it was doing that. Still had the rotation up from last time.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Just what I want. Sandstorm. 8 minutes away. normally have to stand on here, but needs must this time. I'm getting frustrated by why it's not wanting to go in. I can't see enough.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Awesome. It isn't fucking Nanking. Stupid thing. You can't not just suddenly not want to fit. It should fit here. Have I put a small subfief down? Let me put a subfief.
Sector weather alert.
That is
A
a
large
large
sandstorm is approaching.
Makes 0 sense. Generator. We can build a generator. Well, this won't protect the vehicles and stuff. It will protect like some of the items. There was a battery there last week. There isn't one now. There's a battery. The one thing with rotation is like, yeah, it's great. It keeps everything fresh. Also, things are used to where they are, or not. This unit. Kind of gets like its own personal shield stuff. I'll protect that stuff. As for this,
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
a little bit of an overhang there. Stick it under it. It'll be classed as under the shade, enclosed, so that'll take less damage there. Bug. Didn't do that. We'll come back in a second.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Like, sandstorms don't come this far in, so it should be... It'll go past where we are, where that like stuff is at the moment, but it shouldn't come this close.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Not the timer for now. We'll restart when we get going on building the base. Should this be moving from west to east? So
Sector weather
should be
alert.
okay.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
I can see a medium spice field out there. Looks like it's coming closer than I thought.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching. I don't think I've ever seen it come this close in. Normally they just like go from left to right. That one actually does look like it's going from a zigzag. I was going to come down as a start with, and I thought, it'll just go along this from west to east. I didn't think it would come that close, or come like diagonally. These storms do take longer to clear than the ones in Hagar Basin. And the one in Hagar Basin, they don't have like lightning. Here it's more extreme. Guys just out in the middle of the thing. Squeezy. I want to go get that medium thing because it's so close to where we are. Let's see if we can get this base up. Maybe it was the storm. That looks straight. It does look like it's turned slightly. There is a sense why that's still moaning. Can't be red when that's... How's that twisted? Yeah, it's not flat small. Let's try placing it from here. Places. Let's just make sure it's not too high for the ramp. That looks about where it was last week. So let's confirm that and let's build. Because I had enough time trying to get it to go down any other way. Not enough materials till I not move everything over. And it's about to, wasn't I? And then the storm came along. That's just about everything. Ooh, let's build. Build. Blocked by character. How the frick is it blocked by character? I'm not anywhere near it. Like it's double built that block. It's like made me place a block and then put another block below the block. Let's get it down fast enough. I know I haven't restarted the timer yet, but you wasted loads of time with the timer on, so I'm just going to leave the timer off until I finish build and then I'll restart it. I'll not literally restart it, I'll just unpause it. Hi Bryson, how you doing? I would say if it's a good time to return would probably be when the next patch comes out. Although there's never a really bad time to return. I would say that you'll have a nicer experience if you return probably after the next patch, because they're about to make some major changes in the next patch that will be quite life-changing in the sense that you'll be able to move and transfer servers and stuff like that. So it certainly means that if you're playing on a dead server or like a dead instance where there's no one around, that you could potentially move to another server where there's more people, and it'll condense people and allow people to interact a lot more than, especially of recent times where no one's around because people like yourself decided to stop playing the game because the end game is rather dire. But yeah, I don't know, Is it worth coming back right this very second? I wouldn't say it isn't, but what I would say is you're still going to fall into the same issues that you've probably had before if you found that you've left and stopped playing the game because the end game content is non-existent. It still is. So what I would say is if you check out one of the YouTube videos, I can probably put a link to it in chat. Just give me a second, I'll see if I can find it. I recommend watching that video. That video will give you a highlight of the changes that are about to the upcoming changes that are about to happen in the next major patch, which will happen within the next probably week or so. It's at the moment they haven't given us a date, which they never do tend to give us a date. They just say it's going to be sometime in a month, and I think they do that because they don't want to like nail down the exact date. However, if you watch that video, you'll get an idea of the changes they're going to make and fundamentally how that will change the game. I think once that patch comes out, and then maybe the patch that comes out in December, then it might be a good time to return at that point, especially if you got to Deep Desert and you didn't like taking down your base and having to ferry back and forth loads of time to tag a base in to bring a base out to Deep Desert. It really depends like on the reasons why you kind of stepped away from the game, but certainly check out that video because that video does give you a lot of all the upcoming updates that are in the latest test server that are about to hit the main game in the next week or two. You don't want to play on a populated server. You should want to play on a populated server. You don't want to play on a populated server. That'll be very boring. The whole idea is that you interact. It's an online game. But I get what you mean. If you don't want to have to PvP and stuff. Well, to be fair, this game has like 0 PvP into end game anyway, and then even then it's limited. So, almost got the main. Oh crap. Forgot about water. One day I'll learn. Like I have to think, yes, you need to drink. You have to eat as well. I'd be screwed in this game. I'm glad it's one of those survivalist games and it's only like partial survivalist, not full on. To hunt and gather for your food. Because I would be awful at that.
Actually, I probably would remember to do it just because, like, I'd have to remember, oh yeah, I need to do hunting. I need to get my food in. It's because it's just like water. It's just like, oh yeah, well, we get it at some point. Okay. Most things are down now. I need to build the generators, but I need to change the downstairs because obviously downstairs isn't designed for us to really have all the utilities in this. So we just need to convert it for this week like we did last week so that we can put all the utilities in this outpost, which shouldn't really have utilities in it, but we are doing a recovery mode, so we don't want to build the big base. We just want to build what we need to essentially level. Like, we're not leveling because we've already leveled, but we're leveling up our game back to where we were because we lost everything. How high is that? Is that quite... Yes, it's not high either. I think I'll just make the top parts, this part, and then I'll just say I'll like unbuild the other stuff and change the design of it so that we can build more in it like we did last week. So that we can build basically, because what we're trying to do is we're basically trying to put in as many generators as we can in the bottom, because we want to be able to run all our facilities without having to switch everything off in order to just get something to work. So I'm going to delete the rest, demolish. I'm going to change the bottom design now so that we fit more, so we can fit more generators in. Effectively I want it like that all the way around, because this outpost was just supposed to be an outpost. Exactly why I call it an outpost. It wasn't meant to be really designed to be a full-blown facility, but we can convert it so that it can do that. It just means a bit jiggering downstairs where we are now to do that. And then we can make a like really big area to put all our generators in, because I hate generators on the top. It's so annoying when they get in the way. They're only like, you don't use them for anything other than wanting to get your energy, so you just hide them. Hide and forget them. Well, not completely forget them, because you need to make sure they're fueled, but we do that when we do all of this so that we don't have to think about it again. If you're wondering why I'm just making the outline and not actually filling it in yet, it's just I just want to make sure it's definitely going to give us what I'm after, which I think it'll be better than last week, because last week I just kind of botched it a bit, but this week I thought I'd do it so that it actually properly works. I don't know how that gets the stability off the sidewall. It's hanging off something that's like it should get its stability from next door. I'm gonna stop building it. I think this is gonna work. Allow us to max out our generators in this space.
barring this rock area in the middle, which is obviously why I wanted to try and raise it as high as I could without having to completely ruin the ramp. I don't see why it says that. I really don't. Maybe if I build another foundation below it, it will shut up. The door. Should be plenty of room for generators. Okay, let's get the generators in. I don't want to build too many of these because they do take up utility spots, and we can only build a limited amount of utilities. So I'll build a lot, but not like. Honestly, not max out down here because it'll probably eat into just how much it can build above, and while I'm not building every utility, so theoretically I could put as many generators down here as I want. That doesn't look aligned. Why? They didn't look straight. That's not straight. That's not straight, is it? I hate things not straight. These aren't straight either. Oh my god, I just hit the floor out. I think because I'm putting them in so neat in comparison to last time, because last time I was literally just squeezing them in any space, but I did reorganise them so I could fit more in. This time where I'm lining them all up, I think I will get more in just for doing it this way, and obviously because I've made more space for them to go in. We'll put more generators in as well. Just, this is it for now. We could build like a high tier generators, but problem is with the higher tier generators is why they take up less space. Generally speaking, at least for power generation, they don't actually, like, the resources they take up, they're a lot more expensive to run and end up taking more time to keep operational when you factor in the components that you have to put together in order to be able to get it all to work. Let's go and get some batteries. Let's move this in here for now. If I just I can take some of the batteries out of the if I take the batteries out of the generator and move them back into the safe. Actually, if I move them into the ornithopter or something, if I essentially put them in a place where I can move them into a central location, and then I can move them from the subfief back into the generators, that will equally spread them out, and it will power us for the time being. Actually, there's not that many, so I could just probably do that without having to mess around too much. That's just it automatically put an equal spread of all of the generators that I had on me into all of the generators, so they'll all have the equal amount, which is why it's all up. So I'll just move that other storage box in here, and then we're sorted. Oh yeah, I need to go and get my buggy that's over there. I was thinking, where's the buggy? Oh yeah, I stored it. That little rock over there while the storm came inconveniently. Oh, I hate placing these down. Oh, that's well off. How did I ever leave it like that? Okay, I'm going to start the timer now because I think that's about fair. We've built the base and done a few other things whilst the timer not going. But now we are back in the realms of, okay, we're in recovery mode. How long does it take to recover and get all of our stuff back if we were to lose it from a Coriolis wipe? So we're kind of week 1, but we're actually week 2 technically, in the sense of when it actually happened to us. But this is the amount of time that we've spent so far to do the recovery of which we are at the moment. So we are on a medium spice refiner that we can make, and we can now actually make the large ore refiner. So that's what we're going to do first, because then we can make all the metal at the best efficiency. But what we'll do before we do any of that is we need to sort out our water system. And I mentioned last week that I was going to have a lot bigger water capacity than we had last week, so that we can process all of this high tier materials, because the high tier materials just takes up so much space, well, so much resources, should I say. So we just want to be able to make sure that we've got as much water as we can do and much water capacity as we can do, just so that we're not having to wait for water all the time. Well, we still will wait for water, but not as much. Just going to change the music and get something else a bit on that's a bit more lively. Get bored of
Dune Awakening. Well, not Dune Awakening. That actual soundtrack stuff is actually from Assassin's Creed. I want to pick a different game though, because while it's very much in the theme of Dune Awakening, it's like any music, if you listen to it that much, it becomes boring. I might do this one. Quite like the tracks from this one. It's kind of mellowy, explorery. You know, it's just a bit different. Just get some batteries before we do anything first, just so that we get this part out of the way. Then I don't have to worry about this until next week. Well, at all, since obviously we've got this base up. So this will cover us for the whole week, is what I'm aiming for right now. It won't take us too long. We only need to hit probably about 5 of these, I'd say. It's too slow. Is the game full of bugs still? Yes. That's one thing I like about Deep Desert though, you should usually find a ton of battery nodes spotted around. Other than scrap itself, the most abundant thing. Probably get away with what we've just done, but can't ever not have enough batteries. I'll keep some back for making batteries that we need for the vehicles. Do see that bug there? It's a UI bug. The laser being on. Sticking last week, if you kind of like try and swap seats too fast, it'll keep the laser still stay on the vehicle. You have to like switch back to the seat again, and then switch back again. It turns off. Well, more than enough. That will probably last probably over a week. Probably about 14 days, I reckon that'll last. Based on the current amount of generators you've got down. Yeah, 14 days. What a good guess.
move the other batteries into here, just so that the buggy's empty. And I kept them in the buggy because when I do what I did in order to use those generators, it can't see any storage in any of your vehicles. So if you don't want to build or do anything where it considers it as part of what the inventory it can use, keep it in your vehicle, because it just stops it from being able to see it and use it. Okay, I think I've got everything set up so far. Yeah, okay. So, first things first I want to build is the generator, which last week I had the medium one here. And I think we're going to have to put the generator here. Just because it's just too big, I think, to put over that side. So I want to put the water over that side. Actually, I will put the generator this side. I think we'll just have to budge the water over. I'm going to need to move this up more in a cocktail because it's a bit in the way. Oh, we're just short of plasmatium ingots. We're going to need to make the small one. We're also going to need some cobalt paste. Advanced machinery, 0. Oh, advanced. I might have to go back to the base, but I need to go back to the base anyway for some stuff. So for now, I need to put this one down, which is the medium chemical refiner. We'll need that to make the cobalt paste and silicon later. That uses delirium. Just use a bit of spice blanche, that's fine. Just wondering how much resources it's using from this, but I don't think it's taking anything from that. So I just need $55 should do it, which can't do because I don't have water. I need to sort the water system out first. Okay, we're going to need to go back to Hager Basin because I need to go. One thing I forgot to do before we left Hager Basin was to take some of to dismantle dismantle both the deathbeds that are there and bring them out here. Effectively, there's resources for building them because back there we've got 2 of them, but in here they'll make 4 of them. We already had 4 last week, so effectively I want to add 8 this week. And we'll also need to get some bodies because without the bodies the death stills are useless. The whole purpose of the death still is to take the body and make it into water. Well, rinse it dry, get all the water you can out of the damn things. So we'll just hopefully I've got a sword on me. I'm pretty sure I brought a sword with me because I don't have any weapons in the base. Although to be fair,
if I don't have the weapon on me, it will be in the base, Naga basin. So I suppose it's all right. But we need to get as many boards as we can. So I'm literally going to put the resources for the death stills on myself. But firstly, we're going to go out and get all the bodies that I want. So I want to pretty much fill the assault ornithopter with bodies now. Which means I'm going to have to do 2 runs, because I'm going to do a body run. And then we're going to have to go back to the basin to pick up the metal that we got last week that I brought back to Haga Basin. We need to take it back out there. And it's pretty heavy, so it'll be almost a trip by itself. Then we'll hit this place over here, which has a good amount of NPCs. My favourite spot for get my bodies from. My sword in the right slot. Oh, actually I do. It's just that I like it. Because at the moment I don't have a main weapon. I started getting used to it being in slot 1. I shouldn't really do that. You know you wanna get me. Need to use an aerial kind of stun. Well, I've got 2 of these on me because they're just pain in the asses if you try and take them out individually. And I need to go through them. Yeah, get up. Try and recover. Cheap. Body bag in. Where's the body gone? Just killed someone that died on the stairs, and now his body disappeared. Right down there. That's why. I just want to bag all the bodies when we kill them. If we don't do that, really annoying. Everything's so awkward today. Back off. These things are so annoying when they... Guys, come on this side. Didn't you like to chase? Why didn't you chase to this side? Oh my god, let me just heal up. I
like this side is like they're too scared to come this far out, or they can't come this far out. There must be a limit on how far they come out. And that's why they're awkward to take out when there's more than one of them, because one protects the other.
You're dead.
Come on then.
We've got
Do it
income.
now.
Throwing grenade. Kill them all.
Back the body. That one.
I've got you covered.
Wow. I know we blitzed through this area, but that was, I'm not gonna lie, awkward. How was my backpack full? I've already got some already in me, have I? We just need to pick these up and drop them off. Pretty much. I remember where I've bagged all the bodies. Other than that, pretty straightforward. And the reason why we bag the body is because if we don't bag the body, it will disappear within less than a minute if you cut in it. So effectively, if we were there before and we weren't able to just pick up those bodies straight away, then
They're here. Where is everybody?
we run into an issue where the whole reason we've come here is to get the bodies. But obviously the body had despawned, so it just stops the body from despawning, because when you bag it and put it into a, I don't know what you call them, I call it bagging, but it puts it into a capsule, and when you put it into the capsule, then that capsule lasts 30 minutes before it will despawn. So effectively you're just giving yourself a much longer timer in order to be able to pick up the body when you're ready to. Normally as easy as that with all of these, other than when you pull them like I did, and then I pulled two of the chasers, as they're referred to as. They're the ones with the swords or daggers, and they are painful because when they're both on you, you could use the aerial stun, but sometimes the aerial stun doesn't quite work because it's kind of like a bit of a cone shape. It's not just 360 around you, so you have to be kind of just about facing the right direction to be able to get them both within your cone, else you'll miss one or the other, which still makes it easier because you'll only be dealing with one. But if that one then interrupts you or does anything, by the time you kind of recover, so's the other person you stunned. So ideally you need to try and get both of them at the same time. You didn't have your shield up, boy. Wow, did I single shot both of them? I don't think I've ever done that before.
I need reinforcements.
I'm back this way over here.
sandstorm is approaching.
This is how fast it should have hit the other side, but it didn't. The other side is like just a bit of a nightmare. That's what you get for triggering too many things at once, and then it just becomes, even though it's not hard, it just becomes tricky. Looking for a body. Got a corpse. Really interested in their loot. It's like low tier crap that I do not need.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, my water. I'm out of water. I think that is all the bodies. Base is literally just over here. So dash in there before this storm hits. Which is just over there. Gives us a chance, I guess, to get the stuff we need from the base. And then we'll go and get some more bodies to fill this thing up. Well, actually, we're almost full already.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I can only put one body on me. I can fit more bodies in here, so should fit another row in there. Fill all of this full of bodies, and we'll carry one body as well. We'll have enough to get us started at least. If we're running 8 deathbeds, that's all of what we've got. The last few hours. So we'll dismantle these. That'll make us 4 out in the deep desert. Was it just water I needed? I can't remember. Water. I do want to take some more containers, but they're upstairs, so I'll go up there in a minute. There is. I said the metal we'll try and take next time. Let's make sure there's nothing else. We'll need that now. I can't take it all now. Take as much as I can. Does mean I'm going to have to jig things around. I was going to try and wait for this to last, just because I know these will take up more slots, and you have limited amount of slots, which are a lot less than what you have in your own backpack for any of the vehicles. So I'm now in a situation where I've got some things that are higher volume and other things that are just higher amount, which I'm going to have to juggle around a little bit.
stick this around a little bit. That's 60. That's 59. Now we'll put those in the assault helicopter. I think I might have taken containers that had water in it, because my system had way more water than that. You think it would just move to one of the other containers if you like dismantled a container, but it doesn't. I should have checked first before I took the water out, or before I dismantled them. We might have to take one less body than we would have done all. So we're just trying to take as much as we can, but I think we'll be maybe a body too short than I initially thought, just because I do need to take out that sand and stuff, and I need to take all the other components out as well, because I need the capacity. So we need like more storage as well as being able to process more. Down one level too many. Yep. Got mine done. I should have like labels or something when you come down so far, so you know what floor you're on. It all looks the same. This side's a little bit easier. I don't need as many as that's on the other side anyway.
Damn, empty!
Phase 4, one more and then one more on me.
Identify yourself! Enemy found! I need reinforcements!
Themselves. They were definitely alive a minute ago. I like the body, but I've got no like room to even jigger them in. I think we'll only be able to take like 2 more. That's 1. If I dig this around any more, it's 59. That's 100. Yeah, that's too many. Enough room. Yeah. Just no way. We can only get one more body. The other one. Okay, the rest of them just have to despawn. The deep deserts. Then once we get the water set up, we'll have to come back to get the metal that we've already done so far, and then we can put that into production while we're out getting the rest of the metal that we're going to be doing for the rest of the rest of this afternoon, evening / whatever. You guys that are currently on the stream on whatever platform you're on at the moment, either YouTube, Twitch, or Kick, you will get kind of like the full day of streaming of that, what I'd be doing, at least for doing Awakening, where people who are joining us later on X and Facebook, I will literally be kicking off their stream without ending this stream just before 7 o'clock when this stream would normally start. So you're kind of getting more hours. It'll be nice to get back to decent efficiency again soon. And then it's just grind. Because it's always a grind. Oh, it's not always a grind. To be fair, when you get to the end game, like, you'll enjoy the grind until you get to the end game and when the grind disappears. And the only thing then you're grinding for is like Spice Melange, which even that becomes boring because it's like, well, once you've got everything you need, it's just like there's not much else to do. You have to then come up with things to keep yourself entertained in the game. Move the stuff from the helicopter into not that one, all the bodies in this one. So become our like water and power box. The one thing I wish they barely do want them to bring out is a move all to button. They have this where you can take everything from a box, but there isn't a button that you can just press to send it all to it. You have to like manually push it all across. It's my biggest bugbear. Oh, that's what I forgot to get. Oh, the advanced machinery parts. It's because I got complex ones, I didn't get the advanced ones. I know there'd be something. We need to go back for the metal anyway. Without the metal, we won't be refining, so it's not the end of the world. Just need to make sure I remember next time. I'm not doing another trip just for those components. Okay, so the death stills last week I put them over here, so that's probably where I put them this week. But we're trying to. Last week I spread them out a little bit. This week I need to like stack them right next to each other, like as tightly as they go. Because we're going to be very tight in this base this week. I'm aware the power just went down. These do take up a lot of power to run them. So we probably will put more generators down in a bit. Putting these down gives us a good indicator of just how much power they are going to use. And probably we'll only be doing like running water all our big machinery, not it all together all the time, so it's that we keep within the power restraints that we've got. How many have we got now? 2, 4, number 2, and then we're done. I don't think I've ever had this many death stills. I did build a load at one stage in my main base, but not this many. I think I built like 6. Now I've got 8. 8 of them. To be fair, I do prefer like the wind traps for passive at least. Like if you're not trying to rush it, the wind traps are far better. But the thing is with wind traps is that it's passive water. So if you've got like 12 hours just to like just put them there and forget about it, and you're willing to wait the 12 hours, it's fine. Great water at a cheap cost without much effort, but yeah. Sorry about the bot. I do need to turn the bot off on the caps and the symbols thing that it does. Let me just see if I can down something I didn't mean to do. I have the bot there to stop mainly bots bot in the channel, but it's a fine line between getting the bot to stop that and also stop spammers coming in as well, spamming the channel, and then people genuinely trying to chat and the bot triggering off something that you've said that's normally a person that does use something similar also use. The bot timed you out, but I think what I can tell, you should be untimed out. If you're not, I apologise, but
when I looked at your account on the channel, it just says to time out. It would normally say untime out. Weird message on someone else now as well. Okay. When you start like a new tune, this is very similar. If you were like if you were coming back to the game, you probably would have to go through this pain of it. It depends whether you got to the end game before you stop playing the game or not. Like if you did and you got into the deep desert, what I'm doing now would be a good reflection of how long it would take you to get on your feet and get Spice Melange and be able to do stuff. You also have to take everything with a pinch of salt. This is this server, this circumstance, and I'm playing on an American server, so the American servers are like very slightly different to playing on, say, like a European server if you were like in Europe. So I play outside my time zone, specifically so that I can do things during my main time zone where I'm not having to worry about griefers or things like that. Now I did that when the game first came out, but obviously since the game's died, I don't have, like I'd be quite happy to go and find the busiest server that was even in Europe and do it and play on that. But the reason why I also started playing on American servers because most of my friends are actually American online, and originally I was supposed to meet up with some of those guys, and just because they found the game very boring, they all walked off while I carried on playing it. So effectively I've been left by myself playing a game where I had originally joined with like a load of us, and now I'm just kind of like still on a server by myself. And I think when they bring in the patch, like I'll probably consider moving to another server, but we'll see how it goes. Like if you've watched the video that I shared the link to, you'll know that you can now transfer servers and stuff, but I think there's a limit to it. Like you can transfer or have a base in server, but I'm not sure whether you can actually transfer server yet. That's not even very close, is it? Like massive gaps between that. Oh, we'll leave it for now. I can always move it later, I guess. Yeah, well, I think you say your server's dead, but I think all the servers are dead. I think genuinely there isn't one server out there that's busy at the moment. I think once we get to a stage where we can all move to servers, I think at that stage people will start naturally going to certain servers that have more people, and then we'll have popular servers, and then people that don't want to be on a popular server will go and do the opposite and probably find one where no one's on it, so that they can just do their own thing and not be disturbed. You'll get that, I think, with the odd person, and then you'll get the rest of, I'd say, the bigger populace of people that do actually want some interaction and feel like there's someone else there. Because like if you're playing an online game, you don't really want to be not having any interaction. That's kind of like, to me it feels like doing the opposite, and you may as well just be playing a solo game, which, to be fair, Dune is pretty a solo game anyway, because it's such a PvE game. Like, I always struggle to see how the PvP part of this game properly works, because it's just not set up for PvP. It's kind of like PvP is an afterthought, or
more of a fact that the developers just ran out of ideas and said, oh, the players will sort it out. What it feels like to me. Okay, that should be enough generators. Like, we've doubled the amount of generators. How big was your guild when you were running it? Like a pie MMM. Nice username. I need to go and get some more batteries from the... We'll do another battery run of what we just did. I could split out the batteries we've got, which would be perfectly fine because it would give us the 8 days, because we've got 14 days at the moment, but it might be just easier just to grab some more batteries. $32 in your guild, wow. You had a big guild, mate. And now there's only you. Wow. That says something. Like, I know the population's dropped off, but 60 guild goes down to one player. 32, 62, like, that's a sizable guild that you had. Fix that quick. What did you actually think of the actual like game mechanics or guild mechanics for the game? Because from what I've heard from other guild leaders, and I've never run a guild in this game, so I can't say what it's like, but from what I'd heard, a lot of people weren't happy with like some of the mechanics around managing guilds. Obviously you had the lack of a log, so you couldn't tell whether people were like stealing from you and stuff like that, or who was the stealers and stuff. But there were like tons of mechanics, well, not tons of mechanics, but there were certain mechanics that weren't very good. Nice. Wow, so you ran a server as well. I'm assuming then you paid for a server, because obviously when the game first came out, I don't think that's changed. You couldn't put up your own server, could you? But you could buy a private server. So didn't you, so obviously you had you permissioned the boxes correctly, but did you still not have any problems with things disappearing from the base? Because there seemed to be like a lot of complaints in the community that I read about people moaning that, or guilds were actually starting to get a bit kind of, I wouldn't say bitter towards each other, but they were starting to become wary of each other because they weren't sure who the thieves were against, like who were taking stuff that they shouldn't be taking and things like that. It was like, it all sounded very messy. far messier than, like, as soon as I heard it was that bad, I was like, yeah, I'm glad my buddies did enjoy me, because if it's that bad, I'd rather not be falling out with people that I genuinely, you know, have a good time with and stuff like that. And we play a game called EVE Online, which generally does have like spies and conspiracy and all that type of stuff, and the game is built on, you know, that kind of dark edge, as well as like what you see kind of part of the game. This game doesn't feel like it was ever designed for that, but they've tried to build in a dark streak to it, but it feels like they've done it the wrong way, because they've done it in a way that, well, at least they had done, because I believe they have tried to put the logs and stuff into it now. Alright, okay, you played Ark. Well, yeah, I played Ark for a very short period of time, and I can say that any Ark player that played that game for a long period of time probably would find Doom really easy, because Ark's a proper survivalist game. Ark is like one game that when I did play it, there's not enough room to fit in. I don't think I have much room in this one either, do I? Gotta know a bit more. The power usage 2000 something. That's because I'm trying to run 8 death stills. If I turn this off, the power should go on. I should be close to going on. Power just you. Still one more. Well, we can build one more power unit, I guess. I just need to remember that if I'm running them all, I'm going to have literally have everything else switched off. I don't think I can really afford to build any more of these, just because, like I said before, you limited how many utilities you can build, and these are classed in that like count. So at some stage I won't be able to build stuff because I've got that many generators below. You had griefers on. So you kept your griefers in check then, did you? That's not normally possible on most servers, to be fair. Griefers are griefers, and the griefers are like the hardest player to try and control or demeanor, because their whole aim is literally to shit on your parade. Is the nicest way I can put that. Hopefully not offending what your wording. I need to put some more batteries in, don't I? All the batteries. There you go. It's all up. It's got 18 days worth of battery, well, power, which is obviously way overkill for what we need, because we're only, the maximum we could be here is 7 days because of the reset. Days now. Alright, so got power, all the death stills are on. Let's get some bodies in them. Oh, actually, before I do the bodies, we need to place down the storage. There's we get really far. Actually, I can put the bodies down now because I'll start them ticking. Start them ticking. They take an hour though, so it's not the fastest, but it's way faster than like using wind traps that it's passive. Did I move the bodies? Oh, move them further away. I should actually, you know what, I'm going to move this box because if I'm only using it for the death stills, there's no point having it the other side of the room. Out the way enough, but kind of central too. So, yeah, I'll do. That makes more sense. Insufficient wall space. I thought you'd at least let me put it in. Come on. Alright, let's build them. Storage. We have to build these inside because, yeah, they don't fare very well outside. And they'll take damage. I once found out the hard way about this because in Hacker Basin I used to have a load of them on the top of my base. And one day I wondered why they just disappeared. Luckily one of them survived but had loads of damage on, and I realised, oh, so they take damage then outside, do they? So yeah, if you're ever building these, don't put them outside. Because one day you'll wonder where they've all disappeared to. And pack them in as tight as I can. To build quite a lot of them. I used to build up there, my base. I don't anymore. It's just easy down here. 3, 4. So again, we'll put 8 of these down. We decompiled 2 of them from Hacker Basin because it's half the resources. It means that we can use those same resources to make double the amount here. And I already had enough for 4 anyway. So that should be enough now. 2, 3, 2, 4. Yeah. Okay, so that should give us loads of storage for all these death heads. You know, I call them death beds. They are death stills, but like for everything in this game, I have my own way I call it. Like, because I play, well, I don't actually play Rust myself, but I watch a lot of Rust videos on YouTube, and on there, the guy that I watch called William, he always refers to the lowest build material as scrap, and for some reason it's just caught, and now I call what in this game is can't even remember what it is. It's not scrap, it's well, it is what it is. I'll show you what it is. I'll do my head in if I forget what it is now. Salvaged metal. So salvaged metal, I always refer to scrap because that's what my brain automatically thinks now when I see it. I just think scrap. So do you do a lot of PvP then, like? It's the one part of this game I found not natural. It's like, unless you are griefing someone, there isn't actually much interaction that causes fights. And I have seen the odd epic battle on YouTube, but generally speaking, most of the fights don't seem to just happen. It always just seems to be like one-sided. Like, you have a lot of PvE farmers who just want to go out and do the Spice Milans, but as soon as they get attacked, they'll just run off. They're not interested in the fight. Where a fight for me should be that two sides that want to fight and engage, so that there's some, battle that goes on. Because how a battle happens, two sides are willing to fight. Else, just if one side concedes, then there's no fight, and that's not PvP. That's just griefing. I'm glad I'm not the only one. It's like, I've got such a bad habit of doing it as well. Why I feel I need to explain it to viewers when I'm doing streaming, and I refer to it as scrap. I have to correct myself and say it's not scrap. But just so you know, I'm going to continue calling it scrap because my brain just automatically goes towards that, because that's all I hear all the time. So all my deathbeds up. So that'll take an hour for this water to finish, and then I need to. Oh, actually, one thing I will need to do is I need to move some of these, because I need to fit the big refiner in, and it's quite a big boy. Why is that like turned? There we go. Nice and squish them in. And then I'll put the big refiner here, which should just squeeze in. Hopefully still give enough room to get the buggy in. Or maybe not. How big is it? Like, so big you can barely see it when you're looking at it from one angle. It'll fit in, but I think I'll have to keep the buggy like on the ramp probably. As close as it goes. Yeah. Yeah, the buggy will have to stay on the ramp when it is built. And then we need to build the medium spice refiner. But we won't do this until we get the metal. We need to get all the metal first, and then we'll go back to doing spice after. And then we need to build up, and as soon as we get enough of the spice, then we'll then build a large one with, I think
if we take all the stuff that uses spice at the moment, we're about 338. We need 500 for the large spice refiner, but we want to use that large spice refiner as soon as we can, and we don't want to really make any more spice melange than we need to right now until we get up to that 500. And as soon as we get the 500, we can patch everything that uses spice melange at the moment, and then we build that large spice refiner. The big thing is with that large spice refiner though, it does change how much we can process, because we need to do it in much larger batches, so we need 10,000 spice sand in order to be able to do that. Really easy actually, because you just go out to the nearest medium spice field and go and get 10,000 units. Take about half an hour or so, half an hour to an hour depending how much the worm disturbs, which is usually quite a lot at the moment, so more closer to an hour. It used to take about half an hour to do a medium, now it takes about 45 minutes to an hour. I'm going to go and get the metal, and I also need to go and get the advanced machinery parts I've got to get when I went last time, but I needed to go back anyway for the metal. So like I said, it doesn't make much difference because we're not wasting any time as such, at least at the moment, as long as I don't forget to get the advanced stuff this time, because we had to go back to get the metal anyway. They taught you the art of ganking, so there is an art to it. Well, I've done what I wouldn't call ganking in other games. I've done like where I've set up traps where you can then get people to kind of fall into them, but then you have to play the patient game. But ganking's more about taking that surprise to people and catching them, you know, obviously when they're in the middle of doing something that's PvE, and like I always see ganking in a game like this, at least, where you're taking advantage of someone else being in a different situation than you, where I think you can still do it in this game. And I actually caught someone actually trying to do it to me the other day. So, and the only reason why it never worked for them was because I was in a scout ornithopter and I was like going way too fast, and obviously they had they were either an assault or a scout. I couldn't really tell at the time, but I didn't really need to. I just knew that they wouldn't be able to touch me because I was at top speed glide, and top speed glide in a scout can't really be touched either by someone in another scout, because they'll have the 20% penalty on any of their speed, and an assault ornithopter doesn't go that fast. So basically once you're in motion in a scout, you're pretty safe. But that person was trying, I think, to get people that were either in assault ornithopters or scout, or well, assault ornithopters or like the carriers, because they're the two main type of like ornithopters that you could easily get in a trap. And effectively they'd actually hid in one of the outcropped rocks and they were waiting for someone to come past, and then they tried to pounce. Like I said, for me it didn't work, because by the time they got up and tried to even do anything, I was long gone. But I seen the guy go back exactly where he came from, so I kind of see what he was doing. He had set a kind of what I call the honey trap, because he knew where the spice fields were. But the thing was, it didn't work for me because I was too fast, and I was basically just scooted past where he was trying to use like what is a conduit to where the spice field was, and he was trying to use that the spice field as a pull to get targets to come to him. And because they're already in ornithopters and stuff like that, they're already, it's kind of like feels less ganky. This is the way I would kind of put it.
because like at least the person's flying and stuff like that, so they've got the opportunity to either decide to run or things like that. You know, if I think like if someone's just already harvesting, it feels like a proper raw gank. Where at least if you're setting up a trap and then people fall into that trap, they've still got the opportunity to run or they could fight, and that for me feels more like a proper PvP encounter than just hitting people directly on the spice field. Unless you're doing it to a guild. That would be a bit different, because there's loads of them, and then if there's only a couple of you, then that would be a kind of a different thing, because normally the guilds will also have defense as well, so I would expect in that situation for it to be a bit more fair. But what I don't like with it is when you see a couple of gankers target one solo that's on a medium or small spice field. It's kind of like, well, what's the fun in that? There's no challenge in it. Just to say you've killed someone, wow, that's not huge fun. Where if there's an engagement, then that's where the fun comes. It's almost like if you went into Battlefield and you could just get given the win in a map, would you take it? It's not the point of playing the game so that you can test your skill against other people. Maybe it's just me, but that's how I think. Advanced machinery parts are there. Let's check how many I need. I'll look on this now, but I'll only need half the amount it says on there, because we're building in a deep desert. So it says 40 there, so we'll only need 20. So that's advanced machinery parts. I don't think there's anything else I need at the moment. The one other thing I'll just double check to see if there is anything I do need is so that I don't have to come back here for the large spice refiner, although I don't think we'll be building it today. That's complex machinery parts, so I've got a load of complex machinery parts all out there already. I do need more advanced machinery parts though, and that might be a problem later down the line. Because while I have some stored back here, I don't have tons. So the ones that I lost in the storm, I did have a lot of them, but they were all in the deep desert, and we lost them when we got caught out by me not taking down the deep desert base. So they were all lost into the ethos. And I've got tons of complex machinery parts, but not as many of the advanced machinery parts. So I'm trying to think where we get them. I'm pretty sure they drop from the ships. So we got dropped by a ship over the weekend. The same thing that took out my ornithopter is the thing that we're going to have to hit when we can see them. Well, that actually sounds quite fun. You're trying to thump him. Are you one of those players that after you kill someone and they're dead but their ornithopter's by itself, do you then get a thumper to make sure that their ornithopter gets eaten by the worm? This will let me know how brutal you are.
12 v 6. Who is the 12 though? Were you the bigger group or the smaller group? I like the challenge, so I prefer to be the smaller group taking on the bigger group, just because it's a bit more fun and it pisses the bigger group off as well. When you lose to a smaller group, it's not as fun. It just shows that they either had more skilled players, or they were just lucky, or like any excuse you can find as to like why you lost to 2-1. I should keep us busy. That's like loads of metal once the water does finish. Did they not try to get to like one of the islands or something? Just wait for them to die. So I'm assuming when you said you wait for them to die, they still had an ornithopter, but the ornithopter is too damaged. Like, probably the wings, because obviously the wings are the most fragile part of the ornithopter. It sounds like you found kind of like a nice mix between a bit more tactical and a bit more fun play of it, rather than the straight out ganking. On the server that I'm on now, there used to be about 5 real hardcore gankers that would literally hit anything that breathed out in the PvP areas. Now, I never came across them, but everyone on the server used to moan about them all the time, and I was like, I even tried finding them myself because I wanted to fight them. However, whenever I went out, I couldn't find them. But because I am a PvP player, so I love PvP over more of the PvE, although this game got me loving PvE in an all new way. Which you must love PvE to even really play this game, because there's just too much of it to not engage in it. And it's probably that softened me up, and why I think I'd struggle now with the PvP in this game, because it just encourages even the most strong-hearted PvP player to do more PvE than PvP. Where if you look at games like Rust or even Ark, it's PvP moreover than PvE. Like, there's no storyline and stuff like that. The problem with this game, its strongest asset is also its weakest asset.
when it comes to the PvP part of it, because its strongest asset makes its weakest asset, which is the PvP, bad. I need to build the metal as well, don't I? How many metal do I need? I need 8, so that's not too many. I'll build a medium one, just to build 8 pieces of metal of the platinum, which is the highest tier of the metals. Build that there for now. It's not going to stay there for long, so. Ew, dearie me. Need to tear one of these off. We'll have to wait for the water. It's the only problem. We need to wait for water. So without water, you can't do the metal. At least these as well, because it's the highest tier. It's 1,200. At least it is on this one. So if I go, where's that on? It's on. It's because it's. Oh yeah. So we've got no water there, but it's 1,250 water. This is the whole reason why I've literally gone overkill this week on tons of water in this base. Because trying to do anything, like, once we get the large refiner for the spice melange, that automatically halves the water demand. Which is why obviously we want to get on that as soon as we can. The water does improve as well with the large refiner, but not by a huge amount. It still takes a lot. But what it will do is reduce the amount of titanium, and the strontium will stay the same, but we've already got that refined to its best anyway, because that's made in this, which is the medium chemical refiner. So just need to really wait now on these finishing, which they're 35 minutes away. So we could go and get some more metal, but I do have a lot of metal now. We've got more actual titanium from the base than I thought we had, but that's still not a huge amount. So, and we do need a lot of actual titanium in order to be able to replace everything that we lost, because we've got all of the advanced fabricators that we need to build. So that's the advanced weapon fabricator, clothing fabricator, survivalist thing, yeah, there's and the vehicle, and yeah, various different things. So by the time we build each one of those takes up quite a lot of metal, and it's all the highest tier plus platinum. So we've got enough at the moment strontium that'll keep our platinum or titanium cooking when we can start cooking it, but we've still got like tons more titanium we need to get. So I think today right now I will get both the strontium and the titanium, but at some point we'll stop getting to strontium because you don't need anywhere near the same quantities of ore of strontium as you need to titanium. You need probably about 3 times once we get the large one, at least, because at the moment it's 5 times as much, but once we get the large one it'll be 3 times as much, because that's how much better the efficiency goes. So we'll do a run. And the only problem is like I knew where all the nodes were. All the good nodes for the titanium. But the deep desert's reset today, so all the nodes are going to be slightly different. We're going to still do the exact same figure as 8 as we did only yesterday or the day before. I can't remember what day it was that we did the metal run. It'll just mean, but the only difference is like where I knew where the nodes were and where the biggest concentrations were. That's all going to be different right now. Could be good, could be bad. Don't know. It doesn't really matter. But somewhere along the route, they'll all be. It's just if I was actually doing this last week, there's a place that I would go if I was desperate for titanium, because there was a big concentration of it in one area last week where they were thinning areas of the still titanium, but there's much less of it. So if you're doing a big run, then you'd probably, obviously you're doing it all, but if you were just going to do a small run, you would just go straight to the concentrated area. To be fair, this side generally has more titanium on this particular server anyway. Like, I'm not sure if this is, while the spice fields are the same across all the servers, I'm not so sure whether all these little smaller nodes are exactly the same on every server instance. Hopping the way, like jogging around. Tons of little things on my desk. But you have to keep an eye out on both sides, because they could be just like, as you were going past, there's one little one tucked away. If there's anything up here, it's a dead end up here. It'll go, like, if you were to go over the thing, it will literally take you over the edge into the deep desert. As you can see, that's the very top of the cliff. Like, if you don't release your finger off the part of the trigger that obviously starts the laser before you switch seats, it gets stuck in the on position. This is always a good area here for the stradium and for the titanium. Like, you normally get, like, I've been down here before in this particular part, and this is just like lined either side with titanium either side all the way down. That was a very rare week, but I liked that week. Came up every half an hour and just hit the same spot. I don't have any batteries on me, so I am going to keep an eye out on the amount of power I've got left. I forgot to put one in the buggy before we left. I do have the scout helicopter on me, I think, so if need be I could just hop in that and go get one.
if we run out. Like if worst came to worst, we could just literally walk there, or suspend belt ourselves there using the grappling hook. But even that would take time and just cause excess wear on the stuff. I suppose I should have actually gone back over there. Like that island just opposite can actually be good sometimes. It looks like there's some squad and stuff on there. I'm bound to be missing stuff. It's like you can't be perfect doing this, but as long as you find the majority of what you're going past, you don't miss the obvious. It should just automatically turn off when you switch seats, but it very much doesn't. Just aluminium down there. There could be some around the corner, but go all the way down there just to see if there isn't. There's like a lot of metal in comparison to last week. A lot of these nodes last week were like aluminium or basalt. This week there's a lot more metal around. But it's like that. Some weeks you'll find that there's tons, and other weeks you'll find it's more scarce. Still find it, just less of it. This week, at least this area feels very concentrated. It's like every couple of yards coming across titanium and spodium. Titanium up there. How I get up there is another thing altogether. The buggy. Look at that. These things get in some weird places.
Whoever said a buggy can't climb. Oh, I don't think I'll be getting on that rock. No, you have to be the carrier and be carried onto that one. I think there's only an easy way on there. There are limitations. Can't do vertical. There's nothing else I can see from up here. So go back and continue the figure of 8. Very versatile vehicle. I've just realised it's 7 o'clock, 1 second. We just need to bring in X and Facebook. So streams start at 7. They will auto start. I just need to broadcast to them, so I've just set up those broadcasts. I just need to make sure that they're being received. So if you ever want to watch the channel, we'll always be live on YouTube, Twitch and Kick, but X and Facebook we only stream to on the scheduled times, which we stream every week, Monday to Friday, alternating on at either 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock finish, or start, should I say, not finish, depending on the day. The schedule is all available on Twitch, so if you want to know what the schedule is, check out Twitch and just go to the schedule and you'll see what the schedule is. There is a link to it in most of the descriptions on most of platforms. Welcome to all those people who are on Twitch and X. You are joining us live. Those that have been with us most of the day on the other platforms. We'll just see what we've been doing today, but so far we have put up the Deep Desert base. We're now in the process of going around getting some more metal ore. I did bring back a load of metal ore from last week. Well, not last week, from yesterday. And it is, I suppose it is from last week. It's from last week's time that we were out in the Deep Desert. But we only rarely actually mined it within the last couple of days, really. So it feels a bit weird saying last week, but technically it was last week's cycle in the Deep Desert because we had the reset today. So I'm just out getting a bit more. We've got water at the moment just going through the distills, so we're just waiting on them to finish so that we get the water we need so that we can start processing the metal. But we only need 10 units at the moment. We still haven't quite got the medium refiner at the moment, and that's effectively just because, well, obviously we're having to start from scratch and we haven't got that far yet, but we are very close now. We're only 10 units away of metal before we can build the medium ore refiner, and then we'll build as much metal as we need to at least have the main big utility facilities built at the same time. But at the moment we'll be switching between the two, so as soon as we've got a load of metal, we'll then be taking down the large ore refiner so that we can use the spice melange that we need for that to go effectively into the big spice refiner. As soon as we then get enough of the spice melange, to then build the large ore refiner, then we'll put it back again. But try to do this in the most efficient way that speeds everything up to the maximum so that it can show you just how fast you can do this. And there is a timer up on the screen at the moment, so we are 16 hours and 48 minutes roughly into the time that we've done to recover this, from the point of which we lost all our deep desert stuff and the ability to build all of the stuff that we had previously, to now having to start from scratch and get that stuff back. So this gives you an idea for either new or returning players who want to be able to get these facilities for themselves, and how long roughly it will take you. Obviously I will put a YouTube video on YouTube that will walk through this in a less live environment, so I'll take you through all the steps that we've followed on these live streams, and I'll also do a bit of like a story version of it as well that's a bit more dramatic. So there'll be one that's like more of a walkthrough for the person who just wants to know the steps and isn't so interested in the story, but there'll also be a story one as well. Hopefully people like both, but I'll try to cater for everyone. Let's see where we are with this. They're quite close because they're looking sucked. 17 minutes. We had to stop this one in order to put something on, but I should turn it off actually. Put this on at least until we can actually use the other thing. Nice little animations on the death stills. As you can notice as well, that as this goes along in its process, you already get an idea of just how far along it is in the actual process. So it starts from being almost perfectly flat, where this one's obviously has already been around for a bit, so it's already started to suck in. But as it goes further through the process, that starts to suck in around the body and cause that silhouette kind of feature. At the very end, you'll pretty much see the body. Obviously, physically see it still be a sheet underneath it, but it'll be very, very sucked in. Just 1 second, just check something. One thing when you're doing multi-streaming, it's quite hard actually doing streaming, and I don't mean the actual streaming part of it. Like the streaming part of it's actually pretty easy, but getting a stream up and stable and a good quality, so that you obviously have a camera, you see me and stuff like that, you set up all that narration, but it's actually like that's the nice aesthetic-y part, which is hard to get right as well. But the hardest part after like doing that part is actually getting, each platform has different requirements for the stream, and you're limited on how much you can effectively send, how much data you can send it, and how rich that data is. So like YouTube has a really the highest, richest data feed that you can send to it, and generally you want to do that so that you can give the best kind of quality that's available for a stream, at least for those viewers. However, Twitch is completely different, so you have to send a lower bandwidth to like Twitch, which is the lowest, and because of that, it means that you have to treat each of them differently, and each one of them have different requirements that you have to do very differently for each one. So if you look at Kick, it's even different again. Like Twitch, as much as I have said, like at first I was like, Twitch is painful because they have their requirements and it's so different to YouTube, but then Twitch is actually better than Kick, because at least Twitch, okay, they have a lower bandwidth than Kick. However, Twitch will accept any resolution, so you can send like what I've got, which is the ultra wide, actual straight raw form to Twitch, and they can handle it. However, Kick can't. They can only do 1080. So that means that 1080, well, that's not how I transmit the stream. So I actually have to do a special canvas just for 1080 to actually send it to Kick in 1080, because if I send it in any other format, it just causes so many issues and it won't stream. It'll keep stopping and starting on Kick. So you'll have like tons of like 1 minute videos because it tries to kick it and then realizes it's not the right feed and it stops it. So it's very painful. What I'm just trying to do at the moment is just check to make sure that our current video on Facebook is running. The one on X is, but the one on Facebook isn't for some reason. Just bear with me a little bit longer. I just need to find out why it's not, because Facebook's the hardest one actually to get to go live half the time. I'll just change the music for you as well. If you have any questions as well regarding the game, if you don't play Dune Awakening, then do feel free to ask. I think there's a number of players that are actually on the stream that do play it, so it won't be just me answering those questions. I'm sure they'll be happy to answer any questions as well. Sure if this music will work for the stream, but we'll go with it. Let me know if you can guess what this music's from, while I see if I can find out what's going on Facebook. Facebook's so painful. Okay, welcome to those on Facebook. I'm not doing another intro, so for those on Facebook, you'll just have to check us out on one of the other platforms if you want to know what the intro was, because I've already done the intro once, and I've had to just go back and check that the painful platform that you are on was actually streaming, it wasn't. So welcome to the stream anyway. Where we're at the moment is we're out in the deep desert, continuing the storyline that if you check out on any of the previous videos, you'll understand where we're at roughly. Okay, where am I at with these bodies? As you can see, they are now looking very, very nearly done. I'd say we're a little bit closer, not 7 minutes, but we are 7 minutes away. As soon as we got them, we can get this metal on, and then we can probably go out doing some spice mining, because we need to go and get some spice as well. And I think as long as no one's been out there, I did see a spice field that had actually blown when we first came out, that would be within the PV area where we can go and harvest, and it's not far from from this actual outpost. So we'll go out there, go and get that, but we'll just get the metal on first, so this can cook whilst we're out doing that. And we'll obviously get more bodies in. Oh, actually, that's going to take up 300, isn't it? Oh yeah, we'll get more bodies in, but we'll have to turn some of these off, because these take up a lot of power, and we have got a lot of generators going already, but I do not want to build any more than what we've already got, because we've already got all these generators which are generating the power at the moment pretty much to run those death stills. So they don't generate much power, they take up a lot of space, and we are limited how many utilities, which they are part of, we can put in one building. So if I want to make this any more efficient, I'll have to up the type of power we generate, and at the moment I don't think we're really in a position to change the power source at this stage, so we'll just keep it as it is. We'll run off the batteries, but we'll just have to jig with power a little bit as and when we use it for different things. We're at a crossroads at the moment. I want to go out, but I can't go out yet. So I can get ready. Get ready to go out. So what I generally do is I will normally pack as if I'm about to die. So in other words, take off all the stuff that I don't want to lose. Because when you're out spice farming, you don't really want to be taking any more than you need to. Just noticed actually my power unit is rather low. That's what I need. Effectively, I need to probably, it's going to need delirium. The thing is if I use the delirium I've got there, I think I need that. I'm pretty sure I need that delirium, don't I, at the moment for medium spice refiner. I don't know because I haven't even got the building tool on me. Very cool. Did I not bring a still suit out with me? Oh, I swear I packed the still suit. Clearly didn't. See if I can build a still suit. Oh, having to go back to the Haga Basin. Salvage metal. I have tons of salvage metal. What's it going on about? Is it in here? Why? What materials I can build for a very basic still suit. Plant fibers. Even an iron one requires more samples that I have. They all require that. Yeah, they do. Let's go back to Haga Basin. Yeah, well, we've got time. I was just about to hop in it while I was in the air and then realised I still had the ship recovery tool in your hand. They recently changed the mechanics, which, okay, they might have changed it 2 patches ago, but I still can't get used to how it's changed. You used to be able to just, actually it wasn't 2 patches ago, it was literally the last patch, but I still can't get used to it because you can no longer try and access a vehicle whilst you've got the ship recovery tool or vehicle recovery tool in your hand. You have to pocket it away or switch to something else. The reason for that being is because they class it as a multi-use tool, and the rules apparently are that you can't access anything whilst you've got a multi-access tool or multi-purpose tool in your hand. It's a balmy rule, but it's the rule they've got, and I can't get used to it. I find it really annoying, although having watched quite a few PvP encounters, I can see probably why they went down that road, because some people were over abusing that you could have it in your hand, and whilst they were like falling through the sky, they would get their ornithopter out, flap it out into space, and then jump into it, etc. And they wanted to stop people being able to use it in such a free and accessible way. So the way that they thought would be good to do that, which would kill 2 things with 1 stone, is because they were also brought in the mechanic of being able to recover ornithopters and any other vehicle through it. It would then become a multi-purpose tool, and thus kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But I still find it really annoying because I always forget, and then I'm like trying to access the vehicle and I can't because I've still got the vehicle recovery tool in my hand. There it is. Should be in here. That must be the one we were using. Because there is no other one there. I did move one yesterday, and I thought that was another one, but it must be the one that I was actually using. Because there's like I think it's the only still suit I've probably got left. You know, I thought, I'm sure I built one the other day though. Because I was like, I don't really want to use this particular one I've got now. Because this is actually a half decent one. And it's not replaceable because you only get it from a mission. So the only way I've got to replace this is if I bought one off a player that was selling one on the market. But it looks like it is the only one, so must be the one I was using. Never mind. While we are here though, I can change that power unit for one that's already new and unused. And that'll save me having to repair one, which would have used rare resources probably. So I'm pretty sure it's Mark 5. Which I might use Mark 4 if we have one. Or one Mark 4, I'll take the Mark 4. Only being rarely is the Mark 4s, yes, they have less power output and less capacity, but the Mark 5s, like, you're probably going to lead them more when you're PvP and stuff like that, because you want the maximum amount of recharge rate and capacity needed. But when you're just like spice farming or doing what we're doing at the moment, you don't need any of that. You just need enough for your tools to work functionally enough. Music's getting extremer. Has anyone guessed yet? Yeah. Can't see any guesses on the music. You probably won't get it. Like the other music, to be fair, the other music wasn't quite in tune with the actual game, but this is even less so, I think. Atreides. Dirty Atreides. At least the watch should be finished by now. Should be. Maybe, hopefully. Oh, they're empty. So they are. Let's get some more in. I keep forgetting them. They're not in the helicopter. They were yesterday. I kept them in the helicopter yesterday. The bodies in. Got 2 there, but I'll probably end up. I can turn them off now, but I'll leave them on for now. But I will be turning them off very shortly anyway. At least we can get the bodies in ready going. They'll just pause when we turn them off. So you don't lose anything. And that one's still going. So our water capacity is not far off actually. Tops. Once this one drops, then the other ones will pause automatically because there's no more capacity for the other ones to drop. So those will only process whilst the capacity has enough for it to drop as if it was going to drop. But as soon as like all the water has dropped and there's no more, if the other ones were to drop, it pauses it at that stage. So at the moment it would do that as soon as that last one finishes. But we can circumvent that by building this. Which we need to build. We need the so we need to turn one of these ones off. Like, actually I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll turn this one off because that will stop that dropping anyway. And I don't really want it to drop. Because if I let the other ones carry on, then they'll effectively drop sooner, but they'll go through their whole cycle rather than the one that's almost near the end of its cycle, getting to the end of its cycle and drop in the water. There's craziness in my badness, but it does will put us in a better position that way. Should stop. Half expecting it to go off. Is 8? Is it 8? I can fit 8 in and off. You can always cancel and change it. I want to do just the right amount, so any more I'm just wasting resources. So yeah, I've got 182, build 8, that takes us up to 190. Then I need silicon blocks, so I need 270 of those. And we need cobalt paste as well. Let's get my other machine going. Now we've got water. See, everything moves with water. Everything grinds to a halt without it. But I just have 4 of them continuously running. I can switch 2 of them on. I think. Actually no, that'll be just short. 200 and that would be, yeah, actually no, it would be in. I thought that was straight 2000, but I just realised it's 2025. Sweet, nice. Okay, silicon. Let's just get some going. 100, I don't need 100, but we'll get something going just so it's not wasting time. I'll leave 100 in because it'll be over by a bit, but not much. That's the highest tier chemical refinery you've got anyway, so it's not doing it any inefficiently than it could do anyway. It's the best you've got at doing what it does. Now need 373 cobalt paste. I have 288, so that's 105 needed. So one thing I'll do is I'll put that in first. So we do that and then switch these around. Then I'll do the cold base first, and that's just because I've got slightly over these, so as soon as that's done, and then the right amount if that's finished, I'll be able to build sooner rather than later. But that's 17 minutes, that's 15 minutes to do. So that's going to take us the best part of just over 32 minutes. So we can go off and get some spice while we're waiting for that. I think we've got as many water things as we can go in, so that's all good. How much water have we got left in the system? How much water do we have? Still actually got most of our water in there. Just because we're not doing the high tier stuff, like the stuff that rarely drinks this, and why we've gone to this extreme of maximum throughput of water and a maximum storage of water that we can rarely cope with in a base this size. Yeah, we've got plenty, but that's not going to last long. As soon as we put titanium on, titanium will just drink the whole lot of that for doing 100 units. It's rarely thirsty for water. Oh, need to do that. I have space somewhere. I suppose the other one's not got bodies in anymore. At the moment, at least. We forgot to fix the compactor while we were there at the base. How much is that going to cost me to fix? Iron. Oh, I don't have any iron with me. Do I not really? I wasn't really expecting to have to build anything with iron. Problem with iron is we don't get the steel nodes out here in the deep desert, or I've at least not found them. Used to before they brought all the heavy metals onto the wall, but since they brought the heavy metals onto the wall, you can't get them anymore on the walls for the steel. So I'm gonna have to go back to Agate Basin, which I don't want to. Because it's pointless going out to go and harvest spice, but only to find it as we're going through, not far into it, the compactor breaks, which it's red already. Well, dark orange. May as well be red. Once it completely breaks, I'll stop being able to use it, so I don't think we'd get through a medium with it in its current state. Like, we'd get through a lot of it, but not all of it. you only get me small spice fields so like this area. It's like this is like proper PvE area, which has a little bit of like sand dunes and stuff. More in the middle over there and stuff like that, like these bigger areas, but it's not the deep desert, so what you get here is very limited. Hey Wayland, yeah, you can just like I tried to add you the other day to Discord, but the username you gave me didn't work. I don't know if you got the numbers wrong or something at the end of your username on Discord, but it did. I couldn't add you as a friend on Discord, so. But you can send it through to me on Discord. My username is. Let me send it. Probably give you a link to my name. Give you a link to my Discord. One moment. Or Steam, yeah. On Steam, my nickname's Lou Hours. The same as my like character name is. Checking what my actual username is just to make sure I haven't changed it. If you type in this, which I'll post in a second. I can't remember how many zeros there are. But it should be that. It is one at the end, but I just don't remember how many zeros are there. It could be like 3 or it could be 2 zeros. However many zeros with the 1 at the very end. If you add me as a friend, then I'll accept it. You sent me a friend request on Steam. You expect me to check Steam friend requests? I only check Steam friend requests when I'm expecting a friend request. Let me check Steam. I'm quite surprised you knew what my Steam username was. I can't see any friend requests on Steam, mate. If you have sent one on Steam. It didn't work. Which one didn't work? The one on Discord or the one on Steam? What the hell's that? Series of numbers. Oh, that's your Steam number. Okay. Mine, you just type in new hours, mate. You'd find it straight away. It's like really straightforward, easy. Oh, they got friend code now. Oh, that's weird. I've got a friend code as well. Not that I've ever used it before. You could just type in my username though. You should get a friend request if you haven't seen it. I've put in your code. Oh, it took to the desert, that's in the desert, that's in the desert, that's in the desert. So I just need steel to make one of these out in the desert, I think. I've got like steel there somewhere. That's already made, obviously. Like, I've got tons of the ore. Maybe I'll just have to sit in there, find it. There we go. Must be in the actual thing itself, or I'll just make some. Oh, it is actually in the thing. Okay. Is it iron or steel I need? Iron. Just need 20. You know what? I'll just take the whole lot. I do that thing again where I'm just taking everything out there, and I'm going to be cursing it later when I have to bring it all back. Am I seeing why you did a new update? I'm not. I haven't, no. Am I going to be available in my spice gatherer from Hagar Basin to the deep desert and back without losing my stuff? Think that well. Copy your whole base including materials and boxes and search it around in case of the servers. Okay, yeah, so but you're on about this new update, aren't you? The new update they're going to bring. So the new update, effectively the new update will allow you to make a copy of your base in Hagar Basin, and you won't be able to take that base and put it in the deep desert, so don't think that is a possible thing, and that's not what it's meant for. It's meant for that if you take an exact copy of your base, and then when I say copy, it literally consumes your base. So unlike the current blueprint will take a copy of it and it will then keep it as a blueprint, very much like this. Like this is one here. Pick one up, take one up, and if we place this in our hand, when we first took a copy of it, it was blank, but when we pressed copy on it, it basically then produced this, and then we have a copy of this. Now this is just literally a blueprint copy. The difference between this and what they are going to bring in is that when you use the other one, your base will literally disappear. Now it sounds really scary, and the guy I watched on YouTube, which
I'll give you a link to the video that I recommend you go and watch. Maybe a link to it's on the floor. Give me a sec. I think it's actually, if you go further in the chat, you'll see it, but yeah, it probably is the same guy, but that's a link to it if you do want to go watch it. So essentially, when you take a copy of it, it takes it literally, rather than just taking a copy of it and snapshotting the actual base, it literally consumes the base, and your base would disappear. Now, when you do that, it does that with a caveat, and the caveat being there are some kind of subtleties as to whether or not it takes an instant cap shot of your base, or whether or not there's some circumstances as to why it won't do it straight away. And that main thing being is anything that you have that's not physically inside your base and placed on some sort of surface that you've made, it will warn you to say that not all the items will be captured in what you're about to take a picture of. Essentially, you can either accept it and basically it'll carry on and consume and make a copy of that base with everything that it will take going with it, and then anything left behind, such as say a box that you may have left outside or some ornaments that you may have left outside that isn't actually on a physical item that you've made, that being like a piece of flooring or a foundation, then it will disappear and it won't be captured, but it will still be there, so you can go and collect those items. Yeah, it has to be on a foundation. So any foundation or floor that you built, not necessarily a foundation, because you can put floor tiles on the floor and they're not foundations. So it will still work with those floors as well, but what I would say is the best way to think of it as being, it has to be on a player built surface. If it's not on a player built surface, then it will be classed as one of those items that are outside the range of that scanner, and it will then give you that warning saying your base isn't being fully captured. This is however many items that you've got that aren't on a player sort of surface, then those things won't be captured by it. You can either continue or do something that changes that so that they are. Pretty straightforward, I think. Like, it's not a hugely complex mechanic. One of the things I do like with what you will get from the update patch from that will be not only that blueprint, but also as long as you have the exact place that that's on another server and it's free, you can press a button and it automatically snaps into the exact location of your base, as long as another player isn't already using a part of it. Now that, I think, is really good, and it is probably one of the things that I think it is maybe a little bit broken with the current blueprints, because you don't have that facility where you can just press something and it automatically snaps to your location. You have to kind of guide it to you. If you place your base in the same place, especially in the deep desert, it would be good if you could do the same thing but with them.
Yeah, it's. I can half understand like what they were trying to do with the blueprints that you have at the moment that don't just consume the base and let you rebuild it. With the ones that you're effectively making a copy of, I can see what they were doing. I think there are like a few things that they've clearly learned with the like, don't know what you call that new thing, build and replicator, that obviously they didn't get right with the blueprint thing. The blueprint thing itself is a very novel, great idea, and it was definitely needed considering like how they want players to play with the deep desert and stuff like that, and the fact that they Cronus wipe it every week on a Tuesday. So there has to be an easy way that players can rebuild that base back without having to go through the complete pain of having to piece every little piece back together and knowing how it all fits back together, because sometimes it can be a little bit tricky, and it's a lot faster just filling blocks in that are already there rather than having to like place everything properly again. And one of the things they learned very fast was also, they should have included all the utilities as well, because the shell is actually probably one of the easiest things to build, but placing all like the utilities each week was painful. And as soon as they changed that so that the blueprint covered that as well, that was like a game-changing relief, especially for people like me who are OTT about things looking very particular or being very organized. So it means like you spend more time just like positioning it back exactly where you wanted it, and it's never quite the same the second time you do it. Like it might be, but it doesn't quite look like it did last week, so you kind of keep fiddling with it until it does, and you spend loads of time doing that, where it's just so much easier if you could just take, like you can do now, just take like a copy of that blueprint that includes all of the utilities, and then you're not faffing around each week because you want everything to look in a particular way or being set up. And that's also remembering where everything goes as well, because when you've got tons of things, it's remembering how you set it up and where all the little things are. I've reached the building limit. I knew it was that going to happen. I built so many of those bloody generators below. What are we going to do? I'm going to get rid of some generators, because I still have other things I need to build. I know those generators are going to come back and haunt me, building so many of them. Just have to work out how to use things without these. It's full. I can't stick any more in it. Hustler. Oh yeah, so you were building the base in the caves, or you were going to experiment to see if you could build the stuff in the caves, because we weren't sure whether or not you could. I must admit, like, leaning towards the no. I'm pretty sure you can't. More than I think you can category, if I'm honest. Where could you build then in the caves? Because I'm assuming all the main, what you would consider gangways and walk paths, they're blocked out. You wouldn't be able to block there. I'm assuming you found some like nooks and crannies where they've not fully blocked out the no build zones that are like, you've already said they're tight, but like how tight's tight? You can build a decent sized base in it, or are we talking about like no bigger than a normal sub thief? Big areas, like big areas, like it's big enough that you could build a good sizable base. There is actually a place, I tell you what, like if you don't mind living at the top, and I know you said you wanted to like go down into the depths, but if you wanted to build on, there is a place that you can build, which even that I didn't think you could build, but I actually seen someone way back when the servers were really busy, and there's still a big player base. Someone did build on the very top edge of the rift, and they built a massive base. Like I mean, like they must have put like extenders on it and all sorts, because this was a proper massively sized base that was proper spread out. And at first I didn't even realize it was a player base. It was only when I looked at it more closely I realized, wow, that isn't even a NPC base. That's a proper player built base, and it was huge, but it was at the very top of the rift. It wasn't in the rift though, that's the only thing. And you said you wanted to be outside the sun in your little hermit place, wherever it is. down in the deep dungeons. But if you wanted to just be close to the rift, an idea. Trying to get rid of batteries is not that easy, and these are all full. Really? Out of space. Oh, actually, I know I can get rid of some. I'm about to go upstairs straight away. I'll fill that with batteries. And then back with it. Although it's full already, so. So it can be built quite high then as well, then if you can build it up the wall. I wouldn't worry though, like even if there's like, yes, I think they will compress the servers so people will, you know, come across more people than they did before. But even that said, it's not going to be like
you're in Hager Basin, so until you leave Hager Basin, you don't have to worry about any player coming up to you and being scared, because like it's fully PvE that area. So it's not like in Rust where you have to hide your base, or you want to hide your base because obviously then it protects your base. This game's like the opposite. It's like you can build a large and proud base and no one can touch it. The wild and impressive, yeah, I know. But I think anyone would be shocked that you want to build down there. You don't even have to like build an elaborate base, mate. I think you just build down there and someone would be like, who the hell would want to build down here? That's what I would think. Dungeon, like seediest, horriblest place that I'd last place I'd want to build personally. I hate it down there. That's the compactor repair, so we can go off and do some more sound blasting. Oh, that finished as well. Oh, that's nice. No, I can, mate. I usually fly my helicopter in and out of there, like most people do. What's more of a nightmare for me is when you have to go down, when you're down there and you're down there in a bike when you can't easily get out of that place because you feel claustrophobic. That's more scary to me. I don't mind going down in an helicopter because I never get back out there fast enough. If I'm getting lost as well. Like, it wouldn't be so bad now, to be fair, because I know how to get out of there. In the very early days when I went down there, I had no clue how to get back out of that place. One time it took me 2 hours to get out of that place, and I was literally trying to find out, and it's like enemies everywhere. At the time I was like, when I level, I normally level and push into areas that my character rarely struggles with because he's not skilled enough. But I like that because that's a challenge. That area though is just a nightmare. I got killed twice being down there. I was trying to get out and I was trying to climb up the columns. I didn't realise there was no way of doing that. But I was like, well, you can climb everywhere, so we'll see if we can climb up. And I was climbing, hanging, dangling by everything, trying to get out of there. Oh my god, mate. It's because of that why I got nightmares. That's why I like in an ornithopter I'm happy. Still now, I'd hate to be down there if I were an ornithopter. It's like a honey trap, that place. Get in there, but you can't get back out. In Rust, there are some like buildable places in Rust that you can go in the underground and stuff like that, and they are supposed to be pretty, you know, really good places to build a base, because obviously you're not having so many walls that you have to protect and stuff like that. And then there's the god rocks, as they call them, which again, they're not big massive cave system, but it's like above, it's almost like a little mound of rocks that's above the surface that has a perfect tunnel all the way through. And there's a player that always refers to them as the god rocks, and he always tries to go for these god rocks, and the other players apparently do as well. But we're talking about a different type of game, where in that game there's, you know, there isn't anywhere that's safe where you can build. I'm not sure if you can actually build by the fishing place or you know, the other PvE areas. However, no one seems to build near those areas anyway, even if you could. Like, think about it. You've got the village, haven't you, that people go to, and no one actually builds there. So I don't think you can build in the PvE areas in Rust. But that, like in that game, I rarely understand why you'd want to hide a base, because obviously if you don't, a big guild will come along, see your base, and if it looks juicy, they're gonna rocket it. But the easiest way. Dune, you have to be out in the deepest part of the deep desert to be able to do anything like that.
and you're talking about Haggard Basin, which has less than 1% of PvP areas that you could possibly PvE in, and you definitely can't build near any of them. So you've got nothing to worry about. The one thing you have to worry about is the NPC Emperor. Which doesn't matter whether you're in a rift or on the top. If you don't pay your taxes, it's wiped. It's got like a ton of stuff. Let's build this. Build this stuff. Is in there. I need to empty what's my thing. Need batteries. Titanium is so heavy. I didn't think this through. I should have moved that before I actually took the thing apart. Silicon box. We still build silicon? Oh we are. Oh my god, that's still going. Oh, it's not far left. There's only less than 20. Well, I want to see this. I want to see this base when you do build it, mate. You're gonna have to send plenty of like. Actually, I want to see a video of it. Actually, I tell you what. When you actually build it, I'm gonna make a character, and I'm gonna come to your server just to come and see it. You can take me around, and we'll do a live stream of Wayland's base. Small land. I am pretty sure I've not played Small Land. What is it? What type of game is it? Without me having to go and have a look on YouTube. I'm about to run out of silicon and I still haven't made enough. I thought I made enough. I must have used some silicon for something. 10 more. Do it. So Small Land is a game similar to this, but you have to play as a fairy in the game. Oh, a fairy. No, I read that's fairy. Fairy in the game. Humans are gone, and you have to build a base at the top of a tree. Sounds like a Christmas tree or something. You have tame instincts, and as such, get around. There are PvP elements where you battle against other guilds. All on a tree? You mentioned you build a base on top of a tree. Sounds like a... And how big's the tree in comparison to your base? Are we talking... Like, fairies are dead small, aren't they? So... I'm assuming the tree's like huge in comparison to the fairy and the base. Yeah, the tree's huge. Okay. Well, it's not the tree's huge, it's because the fairy's so small. It's scale. There's never a big... Like, the biggest fairy is probably the one that's in Peter Pan. But actually, the one in Peter Pan's still a big fairy, isn't it? Because the one that's the little small one. Yeah, I can imagine that game being a bit funny. Weird. Let me have a look at this small one. You got my curiosity going now, mate. Survive in the Wilds is its main title. Oh wow, everything's huge, isn't it? Big owls, big spiders. Basically, you're the smallest thing. Other than... No, actually, insects are probably just bigger than you as well. Considering the size of a frog, that is interesting. Oh, and you can actually ride a cricket. Yeah, like that's... I don't think I'd want to play a game like that, if I'm honest. Like, thinking that insects are bigger than me, that's always been kind of like one of my fears. Like, I'm not bothered by insects because I'm bigger than them, but if an insect was bigger than me, I'd be bothered. What a good dump. Is that on? They didn't use much power. We're down to 3 death stills with this running. That's okay, but it's water that will come through slowly. Although this is on as well. I can turn that off actually. So I think I've got all the stuff I need out of that for now, until we need to build something else that requires stuff for it. So for now, I'll switch on the ones that look the least done. Oh, and at the end looks the most done. 18 minutes left. Puts this one on. I'm trying to get it to a stage where when I do switch the other ones on, there won't be that much time to wait for it to drop the water. Okay, let's get this on. So as you can see, before we needed 5 titanium in order to... Let's do 5 or 6 titanium to do it. We still need 250 water, so this is better than the other one, but not by a country mile. It's just enough. So I thought it's 3, but it's actually 4. So we're 1 unit better off. It's still like overdoing a lot of this, a lot of these. It's still less material that you require, but it's not quite as much as I thought. So we'll max that out because we'll need way more than 120. For when we build the large one, we're going to need... why have I still got that thing in my hand? I need to drop that somewhere. I don't want the blue replicator. The blue-print replicator. So in your game, and this small land, which, yeah, you're small and everything else is big, you can tame birds and lizards. You can use birds to fly and lizards to climb. Can't your character climb? I wouldn't like that. The one thing I like about Dune is the fact that your character can climb anywhere. the one thing about the game is the building. The developers didn't do what Doom was. There were a piece snapped together. Because of this, players were shocked, and developers, because the builds were made, came together to do their thing. Housing was amazed, the developers. Alright. I wish the developers would have gave more options to turn off the snapping mechanism when you build the building pieces. Well, yeah. To be fair, it does do that in Doom as well. Like, you still get that snapping motion, but there are ways to break the snap. And there are in most of the games that snap, because the developers will always have a way that they want to force players to have to build in a very uniform way. And players will always work out a way to kind of, I don't know, stretch the mechanic to do things that the developer did overlooked. There's been like a few found in Rust even now, and that's a game that's like what, how old? Over 10 years old now, I think, isn't it? And they're still finding like things that, like new things that you can push. Like if you build so many squares out and then build another one with so many squares back but in a different way, it will bring you back at a different start point and allow you to build 2 layers. I don't know if you've seen that one now. So you can kind of on top of each other build kind of like rather than just have like one roof, you can have 2 that's kind of like a double roof to give you more protection. You've done that? Alright, cool. It looks very tricky when I've seen it being done. The guy took ages because you got to kind of fall back a little bit. Did it by accident. You would. So, did you know how to replicate it though? That's the thing. There was obviously probably someone did come across it by accident and then had to work out ages how to do it. So if you watch, obviously you do watch William's videos. If you watch one of the ones from about 3 weeks ago, he does it in that video, and he actually shows you the actual technique of exactly how you do it. He wasn't doing it as a tutorial, but during it, if you watch the video, he as part of the story narration, he shows you the pain that he has to go through in order to try and do it, and he shows you the technique of how to do it. It requires a kind of little bit of a kind of, you're purposely slipping back, but as you slip back you're placing a block is a part of the technique you require to kind of make that double skin. But you also need to make these triangles that take you out, and you go out in about a circle, but then you come back straight a little bit and then build another triangle. And it's at that place when you're building that triangle you need to fall back a bit, because it has to snap in a very particular way, and when it snaps in that particular way it creates that double lap over part that allows you to build the 2 layers. It's very interesting. How a player found it, and you found it by accident, obviously means that you must have just been doing it, and you must have, as you were pressing it, been slightly moving, and you set everything else up perfectly for that scenario to happen, and you've made that double layer. But the fact that you've not known how to recreate it, but someone else spent the time to work out what they did to recreate it, and then I believe obviously it's been shared, so a lot of people know how to do it now. Even a player like me knows how to do it, and I've never played it. Okay, I'm just going to go out and get some spice because I've got tons of metal going. I'm going to need the melange to make the next big move we're going to make. So we've got the big refiner now. Now we need the big spice refinery to really home in and get back to where we were. Once we've got these 2 big refineries, we are literally on the home straight-ish. Because we still got the grind to do, but it's an easier grind to do when you're doing it efficiently. Are you on about your base in Dune, or are you on about your base in Rust? With regards to the base with the tower, I'm guessing that's in Rust. In Dune. All right. You built a tower? You haven't played Rust. I thought you had played Rust. Is it Steve that's played Rust? Sorry, I'm getting people mixed up now. There's one in the distance, medium one. I think it'll be medium. But I'm pretty sure there was actually one within the PvE area. I think that one far out there that you can still see the cloud on, that is actually going to be out in the PvP area. Or very close to it. We're at C already, and I think by the time you get out there, that's going to be E. It might be just on the border of PvP. If I'm harvesting out there, my setup's different, so that's why I'm debating whether to go there or not. Oh yeah, definitely, mate. I can't wait. I've been waiting for them to bring the container for ages. As soon as they mentioned the container way back in September, I was like all over it, and I was already getting ready to build the carrier just before that. And it was at that point that I got found out that the carrier can't carry anything. So I was like, what do you mean it can't carry anything? No, it carries other things. And oh yeah, and you can't carry other things through the world map. I was like, what? All these things that you can't do, what can it do? So yeah, I can't wait for them to bring out the latest update, because it's going to change everything when it comes to wanting to build out in the deep desert. Because a lot of the pain right now is the fact that you don't want to spend a day trying to bring everything out here and another day trying to take everything back, because we have to take the base down every week. The blueprint is great. Glad they've got that. You still want to build a base though, mate. Like, you said you don't want to build a base, but you still want to build a base in the deep desert so that you can do all your refiner. Like, you might not want to stay in the deep desert, so you can just build like what I've got at the moment, which is a outpost base. But you'll still want some sort of place in the deep desert to do all your refining, because the resources it requires to, well, I suppose you could say, well, yeah, okay, so there's a couple of reasons as to why you'd still want to be in the deep desert and do what I'm doing now. You have to bear in mind that when you go back to Hager Basin, all your resources double. So in order to build a large space refiner, you need 1,000 spice melange in comparison to 500 when you're out in the deep desert. It becomes a no-brainer that even if you don't want to be out here, you're still going to do things out here because it's just more efficient to do it out here. Until you get to the point where you're spice rich. And to get to be spice rich, you're way off if you're not anywhere near it now. Oh yeah, by the way, we are in, I think, probably E. Yeah, we are in E, but we're actually on about the halfway point. So some of this medium spice field might be in the PvP area, but not all of it, or maybe none of it. I don't know. I'd say very little of it's in the PvP area if it is. Well, you can. Not as effectively as you can in like aggravation, but you can probe. You need to go to, like, the thing is with the probe is the higher, as you know, the higher like height you are, the more effective the scan will be. But that doesn't mean to say that you can't probe. It just means that when you do probe, you don't see as far from each probe. So if obviously you went to the top of the hammer and probed in Hagar Basin, you pretty much see a lot of Hagar Basin in the middle and all the way around because it's a really high point. But you can probe out here, you just get less back because you're not very high. Technically you could actually probe if you got one of your friends to fly the ornithopter and you stood on the ornithopter, that is a thing, then you'd be able to do it that way. And if you got them to fly really high, then you could fire it up whilst you're off on your ornithopter, and then you would get a good scan. What I would say about the deep desert is the more you're in a group, the better you're going to be, because the deep desert really is hard solo. There's like most things you want to do that, you know, that are worth doing, they are better doing as a group in the deep desert. If you're a solo, you're always at a disadvantage. And it's not just because like what I'm doing now that I'm like having to do this all by myself, it's because like there's so many things that you could do that if you were doing with even two of you would be possible that aren't possible when you're by yourself. To be fair though, actually, I say it's not possible by yourself. There is a way that you could possibly do it. Why am I going fast? There is a way that you could do it. I tell a lie. You could use your suspender belt and your grappling hook, and you could use it to fling yourself really high. And if you have the this probe in your hand, which should be possible, but you can have guns in your hand while you're doing all of that anyway, then you could, whilst you're near the peak of your height, you could fire off the probe and then come back down and use your suspender belt to soften the fall, to take off all the thing off your ball, and that way you'd be able to do it. But again, like, I'm looking at what that's like a workaround. I think the ideal situation would be that you just get your mate to fly you around in an ornithopter, and you'd stand on top of the ornithopter. He'd fly you as high as he possibly could, and you just pick off the scan when he's at peak. You should do, mate. To be fair, I was actually thinking of changing servers, and I was going to see how many viewers might be on the same server and see whether or not we could get other people who aren't already on that server to join that same server, so we could try and get like a lot of us together, and we could obviously extend the stream and do other things for the stream. But yeah, that's something I was thinking about, mate. Obviously see how the server transfers go first before we commit to anything like that, because it could all be a disaster right for all we know, but it looks promising so far. I think it would open up things a lot better, because one of the things I don't really like at the moment either is the fact you can't even transfer your character to another server, because you can obviously go to another server, but you'd start from like level 0. and it takes a long time to get your character up to the highest, you know, the high level. And there's no like shortcut in the leveling. It's one thing I hate about games that have leveling. And one thing why I love games like Rust that don't rely on leveling. They use other mechanics to, you know, get players to progress. I'm really tempted to give Rust a try. The only reason why I've not is because it does look really harsh, and the thing that puts me off most is the fact that pretty much everyone that's on it isn't a noob. They're all veterans with like 10, you know, probably the worst players that even went slow are on 2,000 hours of gameplay, which is a lot of experience. And if you're going in there raw, it's alright when everyone's on a relatively similar playing level, but that's a game where having the experience really will matter. That's kind of the reason why I've not, but I am, because I've watched so many YouTube videos of the game, why I've always been a bit like, oh, should we give it a go? Because I would kind of like to. Have you been eaten by the worm yet, Waylon? Or have you avoided it? Avoided the worms so far? Yeah, but you don't have to be in a deep desert to be eaten by a worm, mate. I got eaten by my first worm going across the gap. That was my own fault, by the way. Partially. I was trying to see whether or not I could run using the bed and desert skill. Oh my god, that's still... What's that bug? I hate it when that bug's out. The aggro hasn't disappeared. Oh! Why is it disappeared? Might have to go land on a rock. It's disappeared now. Very disturbing. Just as disturbing as like when the worm does actually go underneath you and it hasn't aggroed. Let's see if it's safe. It's not red anymore. Oh, you've been eaten twice? Oh, okay, that's cool. Oh, it's not cool, but I think everyone should experience the worm close up. Yeah, so when I was trying to cross the gap, when you get that mission, when you're like a new starter, one of your first missions you get is that you need to cross the gap. And I decided I could do it maybe a little bit before I could actually do it, at least with my skill point and level at that point and knowledge of the game. But I'd seen this Bend and Desert skill that allows you to sprint, and I was like, I reckon I could sprint across to the other side. So all I need to do is like run across as far as I can until I aggro a worm, and at that point use the run skill to run across the rest. And I swear, the very first time I tried it, I got very close to near the other side. And because I was that confident that I almost had made it, I was like, well, I reckon if I did it again, I could do it. So it's like one of those things, you do it again just to try and see whether or not you did, whether you just fluked, got as far as where you did, or whether or not, you know, you really can get to the other side. So I had another go and I did worse. Oh, is that a storm? How come I've not had a warning? I think it's not coming our way. It does sometimes, like if you cross into a sector and you've missed the warning, sometimes you can get a storm that moves in. I think that's not coming our way though. So have you only been eaten on the beta server then, Waylon? Because that's still like, I suppose that's better than like not being eaten, but you want to do it on the real server. Says me. It's great fun. I got eaten the other day by a worm. Not because I wanted to get eaten by the worm, but because, well, I had to make a play move, and the play move didn't quite work out as I wanted it to, but I didn't really have much of a choice. I was in a rock and a hard place. So you got eaten the same way. I'm assuming when you got eaten the same way, you got eaten the same way on the beta server, trying to cross the gap before realizing that you couldn't without a bike. Oh, you're right. So you got eaten on a ship by a worm near a ship. So I'm assuming, was that when they did the special event when you could get the gear? Do you remember about 2 months ago there was like you could get a little statue thing if you got enough points and you went back to Haggard Basin, or not Haggard Basin, if you went to Harco Village or the Atreides home world, you could effectively see a vendor and you could swap certain little tokens that you could get at crash ships, or if you went to the guns that were around random places, and you'd get these little tokens, and if you got enough of those tokens you could go to a vendor and swap the tokens for like a gun or something. Now I remember doing one of the crash ships in that, because you got more of those tokens from a crash ship than you got from just going up to those guns. I think you're lucky to get one, or well, you would only get one if you went to one of the guns, but if you went to one of those crash ships you could get 5 in a go sometimes. So yeah, obviously for people who are aware of that, made some people obviously go towards doing that, but they were more risky, and one of those risks were exactly what you just mentioned, that a worm could just come along at any second and eat obviously you, the ship, and anything else around. Alright, so you're just on about the normal crash ships then? Like the one that hit me, just that yours wasn't in a deep desert. If that had happened to me in Haggard Basin, I would have been laughing. So many places you can run to in Haggard Basin. I would have got away well easy into Haggard Basin. There's a worm. It's not aggro though, but there's a worm. What? Yeah, so I did my first harvesting and everything where you're on about near the anvil, because that's where my base is, and it's where I settled straight away, just because I'd listened to a YouTuber who explained like his reasoning behind it, and I totally agreed with exactly his reasoning and why
like what he was going on about, because I would have the exact same thoughts, and I still do. So he thought like me as a gamer, and said that what you want to do is you want to build near one of the trade points. It's either that one or like any of the trading points, because if you are out in the deep desert and you get stuck or wherever you is and you die, then you've got an easy access point that you can always use as a taxi service to get to places, and you can navigate easily using that service. And it does make so much sense to have that. So that's kind of like why my base is where it is. But yeah, for me, like, I should move it to the western wall, which is where everyone puts theirs. But I just like the convenience of being able to rely on the taxi service. And the other day, when I did get screwed over because a ship crashed into my ornithopter as I was flying it across the deep desert, and it's shown just why that is a thing, and why it's actually so overlooked that players don't do it anymore. Yeah, like, there's loads of players that aren't happy with bases there. I am, and I'm still more than happy to stay there because I've got comfortable there. And I'm not saying I couldn't get comfortable if I moved somewhere else, but I just like it there for where it's positioned. It's quite central-ish to most things. I have an ornithopter, so I don't have to worry about the quicksand and that would, if I was on a bike, was a pain in the ass having to go around. Do not get me wrong. I hated it on a bike, but I don't mind. I actually don't mind it on it, when I've got ornithopters, and I have plenty of spare ones. So even if I lose one, I've still got something else to fall back on. So yeah, and I do all of my mining apart from steel, which I can't get that out in the deep desert, and is close to where I am anyway in Hager Basin. It makes it like an ideal spot, in my opinion, just for the fact that I get all my other resources from the deep desert, and the one resource I can't get from the deep desert, it's right on top of my doorstep anyway, along with cobalt paste, which is just over the road. That's the one good advantage of where you're going to be building, mate. You'll be the cobalt paste king, because you're in the area where the only resource of cobalt paste is found in the game. So you'll be able to dominate it. You're about to put all your market like cells up and own the market for cobalt paste. And believe me, there'll be players that are building loads of stuff, because cobalt paste is like silicon. It's always required for so many components, and there's always lazy players that don't want to have to do, you know, the farming and the refinement for all of the materials they're making with. So if they can get any shortcuts like that, that's the market. It's how markets are born and how markets survive. Yeah, they are like me. I go down the cave to get cobalt paste, to be fair. I did it the other day. I was down there getting my cobalt paste for like this build that we're doing now. Like, I had to go down there because I ran out of all my spare stuff, and I had to go and do a run. But it's quick in, quick out for me. Not live down there. And the area I go in is not. It's the nicer part of the whole area, to be fair, because it's literally the little gap, and in the gap there's the like mine tunnel. So it's not as like seedy and bad as like down the bottom where I think you want to build.
give me the hookup. Do I get discounted prices for Colbert paste? there's a Lou price and then there's an everyone else price. I know there's no worm, but I just need to change the music, and I don't really want to stand on the sand while I'm doing that. Where's my fuel though? Do I have fuel on me? Oh, I don't have fuel. I'm gonna have to go back. Oh crap. We'll sort the music out in a sec. Lou's forgot to bring the fuel with him. And this is not an assault ornithopter. You can't eagle your way home. You actually do require fuel in it. Yeah, I would see like what you can build down there. Like, I can't imagine there's that much space. I might go down there myself at some point just to see how much space you do get, because I didn't think you got any, if I'm honest. I thought the whole of that, at least the inside rift, would be completely unbuildable anywhere down there, because they don't want players to be able to build down there, I'd imagine. Maybe they overlooked an area that you found, but certainly can't imagine it being, like, if they have missed a little space, I can't imagine it being anything significant that you can build anything decent on, even though you said that it's quite big. How'd you lose a bike? I lost in quicksand. You do know your way around, don't you? Like, how did you even get stuck in quicksand? You should know where all the quicksand is by now. Especially if you got stuck in quicksand by Anvil, I will be very laughing my bum off, because you should definitely not be getting stuck in quicksand near us. Considering you live there as well, you should know where every little blade of that quicksand is. I bet you were, mate. I would be annoyed at myself if I did something that was that stupid. I actually, do you know what? I felt really bad and stupid when that vehicle, like that falling debris of a ship hit my vehicle. When I watched the replay of it, I could see an early warning of it happening further away, about a minute or so before, and on the replay I'm like, how did I not even notice that? But then even if I had, I still wouldn't have thought that it would have hit me. But it's just annoying that, like, I actually seen it. It's like, see these here, they are like that. That is actually ships falling. They are the same things that hit me. Now, this time I'm paying attention to what they are, and they aren't falling right this second, but at some point they will fall, and they will fall into the deep desert. Now, I seen those on that Saturday, but I didn't pay any attention. I didn't actually see them. Like, I didn't notice them, but on the replay I did. And then I was like, so you see them that far distance away, and then by the time I got underneath one of them, the thing fell on top of me. But there was a glimpse of one where it was actually burning and starting to fall into the air. So now if I ever see that, I'm going the opposite way, or I'm going changing direction. I'm not going anywhere near it. I am going to. I've got the video footage. I will actually put a clip of it as a short on YouTube, and I will find it on Twitch and do the same, so you can see what I'm on about. I've actually got an AI tool that I use for like promoting the channel and stuff, or all of the actual stream, and I'm going to get the AI to actually try and make a viral video out of it. So I'm going to see how well it does, but if it doesn't make a good one, then I'm going to make a manual one myself. But it's all recorded anyway, so I've got the raw footage on my own computer, but the only difference is don't have my reaction on it, which isn't as good. You want my reaction on it because you want to see me. I'm just like that. What's just happened? And I don't even react. That's the most funny thing. Is like I don't put my suspender belt or anything. My character just because it got hit and it got actually hit here. So this actual whole front unit, like front passenger pod, got basically destroyed. So as soon as it got hit, I was outside my vehicle, which at the time I thought was really weird, and I think that's what made me go into shock the most. And because I completely froze, I totally forgot about using my suspender belt. So by the time I fell out of the sky next to my ornithopter, I hit the ground and was instantly dead. And then, but on the replay, I'm like, but why did I just use my suspender belt? Like I was just that much of a shock of what actually happened. And then I was just in another shock about like, what am I going to do? Because I hadn't planned about like, what if that scenario had happened? Like I'm always thinking about PvP, not about like some spaceship hitting me in a massive desert where I could be anywhere. But this like thing hit me and like took out my ornithopter. And if you've got a completely damaged part, which I had two, so it was the front pod part and the like these storage pieces on the side, both those two things were completely damaged. I could have took that off, but I think an ornithopter would fly with that completely damaged. You just wouldn't have any storage in it. You'd just lose any storage that you had in it as well. But yeah, I was just like absolutely gobsmacked. I'd heard of it happening, and as far as I was aware, it was a myth, a player's myth, or an exaggerated myth where people go on about, oh yeah, but this can happen, and if it hits you, it'll destroy your ornithopter. And it's like, yeah, I'm sure that's an exaggeration. But in the back of my mind, I thought, well, there must be some element of truth to it. Yeah, it's quite funny. And it was caught live on a stream as well, so there was a kind of funniness to it, but it was also quite raw at the time because it was like I'd only just come off the rift and losing all the stuff that I had in the deep desert literally that week, and I was only out in the deep desert doing all that spice mining in order to try and recover, and then that happened. So it was very kind of not good. Oh, thanks, Raylan. Most of the content you see is actually, like, I would say the only thing that's very different that you don't see on Twitch that you'll see on, say, YouTube, where most of the content that I make is that won't be on Twitch, is like like fixed videos and storyline video type stuff that will be coming down the line, but I haven't got to yet because I need like content in order to feed that story stuff, and what I'm doing at the moment is going to play into doing that and starting that off. So there will be more to come on a lot of it, but YouTube is the one that you should, if you're going to follow any of the social medias, then that's the best one to follow if you want to see all the additional stuff that's not just the streams. Need to get a battery and then get back out. Actually, while we're here, we can also empty a bit of this spice melange. Might mean that we don't have to come back again. We could empty it. Want. No, waiting to refill. I just picked one up. Just picked up a battery. Where did the battery go? There's a battery that was right there, and I moved it to there. Did I not? Or did I? Was I in something else when I did that? I might have been. Might have been in. Oh, that's why I wasn't even in my backpack. It's like I swear I moved that into my backpack. Make a fuel cell. I want to take at least one spare with me, just so that I've always got a backup. I could I could do with making a couple of these actually. Did have batteries? 4 batteries somewhere. Buggy? Yeah, buggy. Thanks a bit. I worked it out. I was like, I swear I moved that into my inventory, and I obviously hadn't. I wasn't paying attention, that's what it was. I was following the actions, but not the what I'm doing thing. Which is not concentrating there either. Get the battery and get back. But while I remember, I'm going to put one in this because I'll forget to do it before I go out, and end up having to come back prematurely. How full is this now? 16%. Wow, was there not that much fuel in the last one? I might make another battery just to fuel this, and then we'll take a full battery with us. No worries, mate. Go and enjoy your singer-song. I'll catch you later if you're still carrying on singing by the time I finish. The stream will be finishing in the next... Well, actually, it's supposed to finish now at 9, but I'm going to do a little bit more stuff, so I'll keep the stream going for a little bit longer. Have a good evening now. If I don't catch you before you finish. Yeah, cool. Oh, I wasn't supposed to put it in there. I was supposed to take it with me. Who's to fill the thing? Okay. I'll fill this one as well because this was pretty empty before as well. And that'll probably consume it or not. Still some left. That one. And there's still some fuel left in it. I'm sure the other one that had quite a bit of fuel in it. I'm quite surprised it only did 16% of it. Oh, like, thanks, mate. When I go and check TikTok that I never go on, I'll follow you back. If you've got your songs on there, then I'll check out your TikTok. My TikToks, that I literally have automated things that send things to TikTok for content for people that use TikTok. I don't use it though, so unless I've got a purpose to go on there. So I'll go and check yours out. I'm sure you got way more content than I've got on mine, which just, yeah, like I said, I use third-party software that kind of does it all for me. So I don't even have to go on the platform. Sounds bad, that, doesn't it? I should be saying, yeah, I go on TikTok all the time. Yeah, maybe not. I think things are warming up on Eve as well because I'm getting a lot of pings coming through about Eve. So I will get to a point where I will have to end the stream because I'll need to go and tend to that stuff. At the moment though, we're okay. As soon as they call super capitals though, I will need to vacate the stream. So I'll need to go and help do that stuff. If you do play Eve or you haven't heard of Eve, I would highly recommend, if you're interested in checking out a new game, I will warn you straight away that Eve is one of the most complex games you'll possibly ever come across. However, it is a really good game if you give it a chance and you find a good group. But I would highly recommend it at the moment to check it out because there's a lot of activity and fun that's happening in Eve online at the moment. So one massive region is being glassed at the moment by my coalition, the coalition I'm part of. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in that game at the moment. A lot of activity. It's heavy PvP. There are little safety zones, but even in those areas, you can still have PvP encounters. Although you would be protected technically, it wouldn't completely not like in this game where you literally can't PvP unless you're in a PvP zone. In EVE Online, you can still PvP in anywhere, even in a place where you shouldn't be able to, sort of. Well, I say you shouldn't be able to. You can do, but there's a consequence to it. spice field blowing over there. That's way into the deep desert, that. Out in the PvP areas. Where we're going to now, my spice field, is literally right on the edge. It's like, if we went that much further where the spice field is, we would hit PvP area. The main advantage of like spice mining where we are right now, it just means that we can't be ganked. There isn't that much difference though between here and out in the deep desert. It has the same dangers other than that, in the sense of like sandworms that you still have to be very vigilant of. If a sandworm comes along and eats you, or your ornithopter, you lose it. Like they have changed the mechanics now, so you can get your ornithopter back. So previously you would have completely lost your ornithopter, where now you can get it back through using your ship recovery tool, or your vehicle recovery tool should I call it. And you'll get it back, but you'll get it back with a 15% damage to the durability of your vehicle. Now there is currently a exploit that you can use that you can repair items through. And one of the exploits they have actually removed from the game and fixed, but there is still one that remains that allows you to fix vehicle parts and components. So at the moment it's still not a massive painful thing if you did get your ornithopter eaten. However, you still want to avoid it because it's just the hassle, and you'll lose anything that's in the ornithopter. So if you're carrying like a full load of spice or anything like that, then you'll lose anything that's contained in the ornithopter. However, one mechanic I can tell you that I was surprised by was that if you do lose your base in the deep desert because of the Coriolis swipe that happens every Tuesday, because you forgot to take it down or whatever reason, like I did, then if you have your ornithopter there, or any other vehicle in fact, anything that was in your ornithopter you will actually get back. So while you'll recover you'll still have to recover it through the recovery tool. When you recover the vehicle from that, unlike when it gets eaten by a worm, you'll get it back and you'll still have the contents in it. That's one of the most painful things about the worm, is that, and it's almost like the PvP side of it as well. Everyone's scared about the PvP side of it, but you really shouldn't be. Like, the scariest thing in this game should and is the worm, really, because the worm literally wipes you. And I mean, like, literally wipes you. Like, if it kills you, it will consume everything but your body and skin. But everything that you're carrying, all your clothes, all the things you're carrying, literally everything, all of that will be gone. Now, if you were to PvP and you get killed, you literally die, but you will have almost everything. Now, the only components you'll lose will be any rarities that you have on you that will drop even when an NPC kills you. So say if you died to an NPC and you drop some items, the same sort of items will drop when a player kills you. It's just one of those things. Like, you have some things on you that will drop, but most things won't. They can't get your sword, they can't get anything else, you can't get your clothing or anything else like that. It'll be, and it's not even the whole stack that drops either, it's only a certain amount of it. So why players are scared to PvP is not like a surprise to me, because there are many games where people are scared to do the PvP, but at the same time, I think if you warm yourself to how the mechanics work and you understand that you're not going to lose everything through a death, and you die maybe a couple of times, and then you kill people a couple of times, you kind of will start to see the draw of PvP. But in this game, the mechanics have led people to, I don't know, be too comfortable and not and go from like 0 to hero, or have to go from 0 to hero straight away, in the sense that
there was no gameplay with the PvP that encouraged players to see these mechanics, understand them, and use them in the day-to-day, because everything that leads up towards the deep desert is almost all PvP or PvE. The PvP exists in such a small area that it may well not exist, because even the areas it is in like Haga Basin and those startup zones and all the zones that most people would have leveled up in, they're just like, they're so small, and the way that they are, people are usually like I wouldn't say like scared, because like even as a PvP player and I go into those areas, I don't want to PvP because I'm there for a mission or something like that. So they don't encourage PvP. It's like that they randomly put these PvP areas together and not thought like how PvP engagement happens. And it is a Funcom thing, because Funcom have never made a good PvP game that I'm aware of. And I haven't played all their games, but I have played one of their very first games and a couple of games since then, and none of those games have they've all had some PvP element in it, but none of them have been able to have good PvP content that have made PvP players want to play and be in that type of game. So then you end up with players that are just more single player orientated. They don't like the player vs player type of stuff, and thus you get to the scenario where Dune is, I think, at the moment, where other than who was it we were speaking to before? So there was someone on the stream before. I Like a Pie, who was on YouTube earlier. Now, I Like a Pie is a proper PvP player. I can tell he loves the ganking. Well, they like the ganking. I don't know if it's a he or she, but they like the ganking. They do it with a large group of people, and while they gank people on spice fields, they'll also set up traps and find other innovative ways to have some sort of PvP engagement. Now, they typicalize essentially the PvP element that you need in a game like this. You need players like that, but you need more players like that, because the thing is like, while he's the ideal type of player that you want in a game like this that encourages the PvP side, you're not going to get him on every server or someone like him on every server, because EVE Online, well, this game should say, not EVE Online, Dune Awakening as well, and its mechanics force that not everyone's on the same server. So there's another problem with that as well. It's so segregated and so clustered, which they have changed the mechanics. I did see yesterday, which I hadn't seen before, heard about what their latest architecture was or whether they've changed any of it. But my previous understanding was it was on several servers, even the deep desert. Apparently now it's not. Apparently now they have changed it so that it is now all on just one server, and if the server requires more, it will boot up another server and add it to a cluster. Essentially it kind of scales to basically demand. So if there's low demand, there'll be just one server. If there's becomes higher demand, then it'll increase the load of the server by putting another node on this, so that it instead of having one server, two servers will be available, thus an additional node, and they'll split the load between them, and then every time that scenario happens, that load will keep increasing, and they'll add another server to it and split the loads each time. This is normal, like, solution kind of scaling that happens when you do cloud up kind of architecture, which this game I don't definitely know is, but I would imagine it is probably on something like AWS in the background, because a lot of them use that. Like even the company I work for use AWS as the backbone to host the solution of which we provide, and then we use AWS's scalable architecture and servers in order to host it, so that you can basically increase and decrease your servers based on demand, so that it helps you with, well, effectively you do it for cost more than anything, but obviously there's other reasons why you could look at it. Like if you're eco-planet type person, then you've got to think about each server. There's an economic cost as much as there is like global warming type costs and all sorts of things. So by only utilizing resources that you need rather than having to have everything there, that's one of the big advantages of cloud hosting over the old type of hosting where it would all be on house in server rooms on your premise, but you would always be having to pay for it, and it's expensive no matter how you look at it. Firstly, obviously you have to buy everything before you have it. Scaling's slow because it's dependent then on your ability to scale. It's not just instant, where something like AWS, because it's a shared resource, means that based on Amazon and whoever else supplies that cloud hosting, because there are others, like I'm using AWS as an example because it is like such a bigly used one, and I think the example last month when AWS had a problem just shows you just how many businesses are using AWS as their core cloudable or scalable cloud solution, because when that went down, a lot of services and a lot of other things started to creak and go down as well, because there's always a service that kind of uses it, or a sub-service. Everything we use these days, like even this game, won't be just hosted on one server. It will be utilizing things that are spread across multiple servers by multiple suppliers, and when all that happens, it all depends on like where it's hosted, how it's backed up, etc, etc. But when everyone's using exactly the same thing, there's less redundancy there, because if that one provider has an issue, well, you lose it all. So it kind of is good sometimes that we have competition for a number of reasons. Firstly, cost, but secondly also like redundancy, because it means the more suppliers there are, and hopefully the more kind of spread people are across those suppliers, it means that if a supplier does run into an issue, hopefully they don't all run into the same issue at the same time, or they all have different issues at different times, which would be the ideal situation. Then that means less disruption to service. Although as we become more and more dependent on technology, the more that's likely to become an issue. And what you see with AWS is the tip of an iceberg in some way. I swear I just seen a clown disappear there. Where did it go? I hate when that happens. There is a little bit of like spice dots there that I've kind of missed out a little bit. It's probably not worth going for it, if I'm honest. Like, I get 10 units from it. Like, is it worth it? Is it not? It does actually look quite more than normal, to be fair. It's so hard in some of this light sometimes to see it all when you're just going through. Yeah, there's more there than I thought. Well, at least the mountains look quite big. 25, yeah, it's worth coming over, I guess. Those little blue dots. Well, the
the dark blue dot there might be worth it, because that probably have 25 in it by itself. If it wasn't so dark, if it was just really light, that would just be worth leaving. Three. Oh, see, this is why I don't do it all the time, most of the time. That was dark blue though, so it could have been highly concentrated. Normally highly concentrated, even small areas, you can get quite a lot from it. There's a worm going under it, like right by us. First thing I look at is like, is that meter going? Get your helicopter back, but like you said, you miss. There is certain things you just don't get back. You don't get anything back that was in it, and you'd lose everything that's on you. This is why I'd come out naked. Well, I would actually come out naked if I could guarantee I could do it overnight, I would. But I have the still suit on because it helps retain a bit of water, and you also have an extra water reserve in case you do need it. So if I ran out of my canister, I've still got some water in my still suit that I can use, which I purposely make sure I don't use, so that I do have a backup. Oh, that music's coming just at the right time as the sunset's coming. Oh, not sunset, sunrise, should I say. That's a fast one as well. Big creature. And oyster. It's still quite far away though, that one. The worst one I had was last week. It literally breached fast one like this. But it was that close on top of me that it came out almost right on top of me. And when it actually went back into the sand, it landed on the sand field itself. It highlighted my whole fear of them, of why I even keep my ornithopter as close as I do to myself. On that occasion, if I hadn't have done that, I would have been eaten, for sure. There are techniques that I've heard that you can try and do to try and make the aggro less, but I've tried quite a lot of them and they make no difference that I've noticed. Like if you spread how many times you zap within each other. The other one is like only do it once and do it every like 5 seconds after no faster than like 5 to 10 seconds after the last one you did, and loads of other things. And I found all it does is slow everything down, but
the worm will still come at like a random frequency, and that's what still happens now. Like sometimes you can go quite aggressive like I do through the field, and the worm takes ages before the next one, or you can get one like it did just there where it seemed to come almost not long since the last one. I think it's just that they've randomized the mechanics for it. But it's like, if you're on the field and you're doing something, it doesn't really matter. Other than like just having to stop the soft step boots and the actual compactor that's meant for like reducing the worm aggro, they're the only two real factors that will help you in not being disturbed every 2 seconds. Everything else is just kind of like you think it's helping, but it doesn't. Not really. Like the aggro just builds up once you reach a limit, and each time there's I think a different limit which gives you that different randomness. But yeah, apart from that, it doesn't really matter what you do. Go slower, it'll just take you longer to burn the field. You may as well just go faster, accept the worm's going to come, and get ready to jump when you need to. That's my experience anyway. They seem to go in the ground quite fast, but they do take there's like almost a 5-second delay between when it hits the ground and still shooting towards you. Although when you're on the ground and like if anything goes wrong, like it almost did to me last week, those 5 seconds feel like a lot less time than 5 seconds. Like it's just the pure panic of, oh my god, the worm's gonna come, it's gonna eat me. No, don't want to be eaten. I swear that disappeared when I went up. It's things like that that I actually do watch back my own streams for. Things that I think, I swear when I was doing something, I see like something that's happened, and I will go back and watch a stream to see whether or not it was just me not paying attention, or whether or not I was actually right and it did disappear. This game's UI it's great, it's got great graphics, but its UI is a bit dodgy. It's almost like that worm aggro there that we had before, and the aggro just didn't disappear, even though it should have done. Until I actually flew away quite a bit and then came back in, it obviously went. Too bad. Like not got much left of this now. This should give us about 15,000 spice sand of 17.5. That's what I was getting last week. Although the numbers I got, and I say last week, I mean the week before. So I keep referring to last week, but I mean actually the week before last. The numbers felt lower last week than they did the week before last. The week before last, I was easily getting 17.5 for doing the whole field, but last week it was less than that.
So I'm not too sure whether that's randomised and that changes every week, because that would be a really weird mechanic if they have changed that each field capacity and how much it will drop varies from week to week. So some weeks you might get 17, other weeks you might get less. Like last week it was almost, I was getting through almost a whole field with one ornithopter and only being able to fill one ornithopter, or assault ornithopter that being. However, the week before I was doing about half the actual field and I was getting full just off doing half a field. So yeah, I'm not sure like whether that was just me, and I have checked back on my previous videos as well to check that, and it does appear that the week before I was getting more from a medium, so, and I'm not doing it any different than I'm doing right now. I wasn't doing it in a crawler or anything like that. I was doing it by stick. At least we've got enough to do some. Well, we'll get enough to get the large spice refiner, I think, from this. I don't think we'll have enough to get that and to be able to put a spice refiner on, just because we'll need 10,000 units. And I don't think we've got enough. I'm pretty sure we won't have enough to refine what we need to get to the large spice refiner and then be able to put one on itself. I think we'll have enough to make it, and then probably have half of what we need to do the batch. Because to do the batches of refining on the actual large spice refiner, you have to have 10,000 spice sand, and I don't think we'll have that. I think we'll have about 5,000 left by the time we've got the spice melange from the medium one. So we've got 348 now, so we'll need about 166 probably. $166 will mean we need 16 runs on the medium, which is pretty much what I'd expect to get actually from. Well, actually no, because 750. So it just depends how much we get from this. Like the quantities we're getting from a medium spice field feels smaller. So this week and last week. So I don't know if it was just a one-off. The week that I was doing the more extreme version of spice mining, I got the 12,000, well not 12,000, 1,200 spice melange the week before on the Sunday's spice farm. right now feels like the worm should have aggroed. And that's what I mean. It feels like so random as to the aggro levels. Did I say it? But it should have aggroed way before that. If it was going to stay on consistent same pattern of like how aggro-y it can be. Another 1,000 in there and then it will be full. I was judging when it gets full is quite hard. To go now, about a third maybe, well less than a third I'd say. Back through. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they all cut back through the field again. It's safe as long as the aggro isn't there. As long as the aggro's disappeared, you're fine. He says. I'll eat my words if I get eaten. Hear it creaking. I like to call it moaning, but pick it all up. Just taking it slow. That's a slow one there. I only did that because I could see where it was. I wouldn't normally stay on the ground as soon as I hear it. I could see it and it was still in the air. It's like, plenty of time. You have 5 seconds thereabouts from when it comes from its breach and back into the sand. About 5 seconds before it starts to even shoot towards you. It's probably less than that. It feels like 5 seconds to me. It's 5 Lu hours. 5 Lu seconds. Wish it was hours. Quick check back to make sure I know where the other helicopter is. Last thing you want to do is that if the worm does come, stop running in the wrong direction. Oh, not full. It feels like I do this and then the next time I go to it, it will be full. Or you've barely put anything in it and it's full and then you've got a mound still left. I hate when I do that. Because the mound only lasts probably about 30 seconds or so, I don't know. They don't seem to last very long before they kind of just despawn, disappear. Some of that could be also the UI, but generally they do just disappear after a little while of you not touching them. So you've definitely not got much time to go away and come back. They'll be gone with normally. Sometimes like even when you do this and you've compacted it just before the worms come, you get back down, and then by the time you get down and get back to it, it's gone. The alarm. The water alarm. A bit low. Looks like he's re-breaching to come and get me then. reason it won't go down. No, it will. That's really weird. I was trying to go down a minute ago and it just it refused to land there. Come on, land. Could be not landing because there's a worm up swimming below, or don't know. Weird. I have done that before. I've landed and a worm was coming directly back through. I actually absolutely cacked myself when it happened because I actually thought I was about to be eaten because I thought I'd made a mistake and come back down too early. It's a lot of storms today. The amount of times I've been in a deep desert and not seen one for days. Never mind. In a day I've seen 3. And that's a dodge one. Still not full. Yeah, it's still not full. Like, this is what I mean. Like, the week before, I got through half a field and I was full. My helicopter was full. Doesn't make sense. Okay, we did drop off 2,000 units. Oh, 5,000 units actually. Earlier. So, what did I say? 17,500 is what we should get. Maybe. Maybe that's still possible. We have still got quite a bit there. And we've probably got about 10,000 there, have we? Yeah, over 10,000.